there's lots of confusion with Ruth meaning you. She's an older woman.
Our live.
All right. Okay, all right. Ali Mukatin, Hafade Raranim, Kasalele Painkom, Yakwe, Konamari, Ekomorir, Omo. Greetings and welcome to the Celebrate Micronesia Festival 2022 being held on the grounds of the Bernice Pauahi Bishop Museum in Honolulu, Hawaii. This is being streamed live on several social media sites. We ask viewers to follow these rules of engagement if posting in social media. Remember, always remain positive, friendly, welcoming, be respectful and inclusive. Please participate in questions and comments. Avoid disruptive speech or behavior that interferes with another individual's participation. And avoid unacceptable behavior, that is, such as intimidating, harassing, abusive, discriminatory, derogatory, or demeaning conduct.
Good morning. Wow, it's early in the morning. So Kaiwiʻula, what time is it over there?
It is 7 o'clock. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning, but it's 7 o'clock here in the beautiful Ajaltage in Madro, Marshall Islands, where I now live.
Oh my gosh, it's 5 o'clock here in Guam. Happy
Apade.
Yeah, we should start singing the song Apade Totomalik. How are you? But hey, we're happy to be part of this team, of the team of Masters of Ceremony for this festival, which has programming on the ground and in cyberspace. We look forward to sharing this time with you, and we'll share a little bit about ourselves before the program starts. We don't want to really go all the way about ourselves. But anyway, so here is my brother. Again, he's live stream from the Marshall Islands. I'm a little bit little bit jealous because I want to fly to the islands too. But anyway, his name is Kaiwiʻula Kim Diaz. From the Republic of Palau. He is of Palauan, Chamoru, Korean, and Japanese descent. Kaiwiʻula earned his PA in Communications and an MA in Pacific Island Studies, both from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. He is an advocate of social and civil rights for migrants, particularly those from the Pacific living in the United States. Kaiwiʻula is interested in the transformative power of the media, particularly visual media, and he did a film, and utilizes different forms of media to address issues that affect the Pacific region, including Micronesians, social issues in Hawaii. And, Kaiwiʻula and I both know each other since UH time, and we've been helping out at the Celebrating Micronesia, emceeing the program.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. You forgot to tell them how we get into trouble all the time together.
I know. Oh man!
All right. Thank you so much for that, Kathy. Yes, yeah, like you said, it is very early in the morning here in the islands, and I do enjoy this beautiful island. But I do miss all of you. But it's good to know that we can always connect here on Zoom or any social media platform. So I do send my love out to you guys, and I miss all of you. But up next, we have something about Kathy. She is a native of the island of Pispanil in Chuk, in the Federated States of Micronesia. She received her Bachelor's of Social Work from the University of Guam in 2005 and 2011. She completed her Master's of Social Work, where I met her, from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. She works for the Pacific Resources for Education and Learning and the University of Guam Micronesia Geriatrics Workforce Enhancement Program. Wow, Kathy, that is a really long title. We're going to have to shorten that. We'll find something. Kathy has been involved in advocacy for Micronesian immigrants for several years and was featured as a community advocate fighting for social justice in the 2013 film Breadfruit and Open Spaces. That was a great film, by the way. Kathy just got accepted into the doctoral program at Susanna Dwork Peck School of Social Work at the University of Southern California.
Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh.
Congratulations again, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you. You're right, though. It needs to cut down that. It's too long. But while we're here, let's turn to our live action on the Great Lawn of the Bishop Museum for opening.
Yes, I am eager to get started and see what's going on out there.
Oh my gosh. And hey, we never know. We might be on ground in Hawaii next year. And this is the third year we do this live stream.
Is that the third year?
Yeah.
Or is it second
2020, 2021, and 2022.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? That shows how resilient we are as a Pacific peoples, as with everyone else who's gone through this pandemic. Where I think we've done a great job of adapting and overcoming. So these cars go by fast over here.
Oh my God.
One road. This island nation only has one road, and we're in the part of the islands where it's pretty long. It's from end to end. It's about 40 something miles. So by the time they get down here, they're just like rushing through because they want to already get home. It takes me 45 minutes to get to my house.
So is that the ocean behind you?
Yeah, that's my front yard. This is my front yard, and behind is my backyard. And so the width of the island is pretty small. I could walk from this end. I can see both ends of the width of the island. So like if I look back there, I'm looking at the lagoon side, and this is facing the ocean side. So
that must be beautiful.
It's very beautiful here. We get the crosswinds all the time. However, what we don't have in width, we have in length. So we're about 44 miles to the end of this atoll. So it's a pretty long ride.
Interesting. Wow, that must be really beautiful. You know, sitting in your yard and looking front and back, and you see the water.
Yeah, and the sun's just starting to come out now. So, all right. So, shall we get started, Kathy? Let's go. Let's join those guys over at the museum and see what's going on.
All right, guys. We're ready to see what's going on ground.
Let's go see what it is. Let's go check it out.
All right. I think Tulua and James are on ground walking. Someone is walking around, and they're supposed to show us live on ground when to start doing the protocol.
Yeah, I believe we have Makana. Makana will be taking us through the grounds of the Bishop Museum and letting us join virtually what he's seeing on the ground there.
All right. And I see that on our program, we will have opening remarks by some individuals and groups, and especially like our Pacific Voices. And we have our, we're supposed to have our CGs from the different nations. And also the president of the Pacific Island Development Program at the East-West Center.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. I want to know, Kathy, I'm just kind of curious about your background there.
Ooh, you know.
Is that from your yard?
I'm not too sure from the million of pictures, but it looks like it, but it might be from another island. So I'm sure it's somewhere in either on Marshall or Juke. I can't remember.
All right, Kathy, I think
time. So
all right, it's not quite they call it me over here in the Marshall Islands, and then Palauan we call it madu, but it's not quite the season here yet. But they do have a lot of breadfruit. I do fill up. Anyway, here. Is it? Send me some.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So we on Guam we call it lemai, but in Chuk we call it mai.
Oh, very similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Kathy, I think Makana is ready for us. So, guys, stand by. We're gonna switch over to, we're gonna hop on over to the Bishop Museum and take a look at what's going on there on the ground.
Ooh, okay.
See you in a bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bishop Museum Live. This is what's going on for now. We have people coming in. We got Best Press. Hello.
My family and I were leaving at August right here with moving Italy. My family is now. So my wife's doing a sabbatical and she's doing a deep dive into
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, Makana.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Good. So we have our festival passport. This is one of the activities, our list of participants, a map of Celebrate Micronesia Festival. All of the starred locations are where people joining the festival will get stamps to get a prize at the end. And we have a map of Micronesia here.
Yeah, so like we're gonna try to get people come here. Sure. You wanna announce it on the night? Yes. Here. Or do you wanna do something?
It's so nice coming back in person, huh? It looks like it's going to be a very beautiful day.
Oh,
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Watch you.
Makana, who is in the Marshall Islands booth? Can you show us?
oh yeah. Hello. Can you guys introduce yourselves?
Oh, I'm Sia. I'm into
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Brenda.
Brenda.
I think we're
Hi.
a little bit behind you. And this is our
Yahweh.
sound concert.
Armai?
Yes.
Yeah.
Makana, why don't you give them my greetings from, tell them that we send our greetings, Yahweh, from Ajol Tage. Maybe they might recognize, I don't know.
Oh, good morning, Chichi. Isa, Chichi Isa.
Is that Titi Isa?
Yeah, on the side.
You guys-
see her.
Hello.
Yeah? Yeah? He says hello.
Hello.
Yahweh.
Yahweh, Yahweh.
Oh, there's Gloria. Good morning.
Yahweh Olep.
That's what I miss. You know, walking around
Ah.
the food and looking at the crafts, the arts and crafts.
Yeah.
Right? I just miss being with everybody.
Ooh,
Working hard and then afterwards.
There's Chichi. Yeah, quality.
Yahweh Consul
Oh.
General Ella.
Oh, there's our sister from Kiribati.
Yes.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Tiara.
Carving, Anthony.
Oh, there's our brother, Anthony. Ali.
Anthony. Kawanang uli.
Who's this?
Kawanang.
Keola. Hey! Hey!
Dakiola. Oi, kamu ka lang uli?
Long time no see.
Long time no see, brother.
Yeah.
It's good to see you honing in your arts and crafts skills.
I'm still at it.
You've come a long way.
Nothing's changed, including my bank account.
Good.
The constant struggling artist.
Yeah. Where are you guys at now?
Well, Kathy is in Guam and I'm here in the Marshall Islands.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But it's good to see you joining us again. And we hope to see you every year, brother.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I know we haven't seen each other in a long time, but we really should get together when we see each other again.
Right.
Most
Will do,
likely
will
here
do.
because I don't have any money to travel.
Okay, I'll see you then. All right, Mariul.
Maru. Thank you.
Makana, is it a little bit overcast out there?
little bit, but sun is still coming out a little bit. Blue skies on that side.
Well, you know, we really appreciate you taking your time to go around the grounds and showing those of us who cannot be there in person
I want
a
to
chance to kind of join virtually.
front our community engagement,
Yes, no
our
problem.
regional engagement and development officer, Dr. James Perez-Viernes, fellow Chamoru, who is going to continue
I hear Mary's voice.
the program.
The program starts.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. Good morning, and welcome. As we make a start, we'd like to begin very deep respect and very due respect to the people of the land. We open the space. Yeah. Actually, I just called for rain, so hopefully it doesn't rain. Mahalo, mahalo mo loa, Pastor Lava to Makanani and Aaron Salah for that beautiful opening, and of course the boss of the Salah family, Miss Tirila. Thank you. We want to continue to pay homage and respect to our ancestors that brought us here, whether from this land or across the ocean, across the seas for Micronesia. At this time, let's see, where's Mr. Dre? Okay, so we will continue with paying that respect as the day goes on with some of our community members that are joining us today. And move on in the program, and I'm very happy to not only welcome you, but to welcome our two MCs on the ground. We have Dr. Tammy Tabe, and you've all met Mr. Filios Uruman. I'm gonna turn it over to you now. Thank you all for coming.
Hi, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Celebrate Micronesia.
My name is Tammy Tabe. I'm from the Solomon Islands, but with I-Kiribati and Tuvalu lineage. I'm so happy to be one of your MCs today. I hope you're excited. It's not going to rain, but I hope you're excited and looking forward to celebrate Micronesia today. Welcome.
All right, welcome everyone. My name is Filios, and I'm from the beautiful island of Fanani, so tiny. And it's in the beautiful island of Chuk State, Micronesia. And Tammy and I are happy to be your MCs today. Welcome.
Before we move on to our program, we would like to really honor Dr. Mary Hattori, who's put in so much effort, and with her leadership, we're able to have this event today. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to Dr. Mary? Where is she? She's at the back there. Yeah, today we're also honored to have Melanie, who's the president and chief executive officer of the Bishop Museum. And before I hand over the mic to her to say a few opening remarks, I'd just like to say a little bit about her. She's been here at the Bishop Museum since January 2018, and she has more than 27 experience in museum planning, design, as well as program development. And as part of her work at the Ralph Applebaum Associates, this is a planning and design firm with active projects in over 20 countries around the world. She's also done work in the Hawaiian Hall as well as the Pacific Hall Restoration Project. And she's led development of an interpretive master plan for the museum in 2014. She's deeply aware of the museum's collection, scholarship, as well as the potential. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Melanie to deliver some remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I think, if anything, I wanted to really welcome you all here to campus. We're thrilled to have this partnership together with the partners in the Pacific Islands Development Program at the East-West Center. We've been working with Mary Hattori now, as Mary said, for 4 years on, and we're thrilled to be able to have this as an annual program here at the museum. I also wanted to say that, you know, the kinds of activities that we have here at Bishop Museum is really for everyone. This is your museum. This is everyone's museum. We welcome you to come here for this festival, but also just regularly as programs. We have today, we're really looking at a wonderful lineup of programs that the organizers put together. The Great Lawn is full of resources of cultural and educational resources. All the galleries are open for you to visit. We also have, I want to point out that in the Hall of Discovery, there's collections that some of our collections team have brought out from behind the scenes. And some of these things are rare and rarely seen items from across Micronesia. So a few things like, I think a pregnancy mat from Nauru, which is very rare to see. I think also a vest of armor that's been woven from Kibas. And we hope that some of the delegations who will be visiting can go see some of these materials. I think there's also a few other things that we hope people from all around will be able to just check in. The team has brought them out just so that they can talk through them and be able to share them from behind the scenes. We know that much of the resources that we have here are not on view, but what we do have on view and when we can bring community in, it's very meaningful to us. So thank you so much for being here, and I hope everybody really enjoys the program today and the festival.
Hello, Melanie. Today, we also have the honor of having our East-West Center president, Ms. Suzanne Varislam. She is the first woman, Native Hawaiian, and also Hawaiian resident to be the president of East-West Center. So can we just give a round of applause for that? She's also a retired Major General and has 34 years of service. So her work has taken her across the Pacific, mainly the Micronesian region. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the East-West Center president, Varislam.
Mahalo nui. Aloha mai kako.
Hello.
Wonderful to see you all. Thank you so much, Melanie, for your partnership with the East-West Center and hosting this for many years. Mahalo nui to all of you for being here today. I come with my own ohana, my family, my husband and daughter as my dear friends, and Ruth and Barb and Brian, because this really is a community event to celebrate Micronesia. I also acknowledge the place that we are at, this land and the people and our families and all of the distinguished guests who are here today. Because I know that our Consul General from the Republic of the Marshall Islands is out there somewhere, and there are many more. You know, on behalf of the East-West Center and also the Pacific Islands Development Program, I'm so proud of what we have done at the East-West Center, and led by Dr. Mary Hattori and Dr. James Fearness and the whole Pacific Islands Development staff, to really highlight that the Pacific is a Kiko, and that's a priority at the East-West Center. And it's so meaningful when we think about, you know, in 1961, my dad left Maui, native Hawaiian, and one of his first experiences was throughout Micronesia. And just this past month, we went to our Oceans Conference in Palau, and I was able to be in those same waters that my dad was in 1961. He passed away last year, and I was never able to tell him that I was in that place where he'd talk about, you know, in Micronesia, there's no homelessness, there's no orphans, because everybody takes care of each other. And that was a powerful statement. He always said that. He never saw that. No one went hungry because everyone shared. So today we get to share in the culture of Micronesia. And I invite you also to extend this beyond here on celebrations we're having about Micronesia and the Pacific at our own art gallery at the East-West Center. And we welcome you to come visit there as we continue to connect and learn and enjoy and celebrate. So mahalo nui loa for this time and being here today. Aloha.
Okay. Mahalo nui, President Zivar Islam, and it's nice to have you here with your family, Courtney and Diana, and also your friends. Today's event won't be possible without our generous donators, and there's a lot of people that have shared their resources, invest their time and money into making this event happen today. So before I introduce Eric, can we just give a round of applause to those who have contributed to making this event happen today? Why don't we do that? All right, so particularly we would like to honor Barbara Smith, who has, through her generosity, has made today possible. And before that, I'd like to hand it over to Check. Eric is a coordinator for the East-West Center Arts Program. And he's going to mahalo. And Eric is going to say a little bit about Barbara Smith. Thank you.
Aloha mai kako. So great to see you all here today. And here at Celebrate Micronesia Festival, this is one day where we celebrate Micronesian culture and community, but we need to realize that the other 364 days are just as important. So this is one gathering and celebration that we carry on throughout the rest of the year. On July 3rd, 2021, the East-West Center lost one of its earliest advocates and dearest mentors, Professor Emerita Barbara B. Smith. As a professor of piano and music theory at the University of Hawaii, beginning in 1949, Professor Smith identified early on a discrepancy between the Western music culture she was teaching and the Asian and Pacific cultures of her ethnically diverse students. In a message shared at her 101st birthday celebration, Professor Smith said, "It was when I learned from the students when they were talking among themselves that forced me to think about some changes to the curriculum at the University of Hawaii. So having decided that and finding no one else to do anything about it, then I felt I had to. And it has led to an extraordinarily wonderful life, both at the university and at the East-West Center. Professor Smith went on to found the ethnomusicology department at the University of Hawaii, one of the leading departments and pioneering departments in the field. And during the years 1973 to 76, Professor Smith served as an East-West Center Senior Fellow, designing and leading performing arts seminars as part of the Pacific Cultural Centers program, intended to assist Pacific and Asian nations in their development of living museums and other public cultural institutions. Participants included individuals from diverse regions, such as American Samoa, Chuuk, the Cook Islands, Fiji, Indonesia, Korea, Palau, Samoa, the Solomon Islands, and Tibet. In addition to Professor Smith's scholarship and mentorship, her personal philanthropy has benefited the greater Hawaii community in many ways, including here at the Bishop Museum. Professor Smith was a huge advocate and proponent of this Celebrate Micronesia Festival. And in her passing, she created a fund at the Pacific Islands Development Program at the East-West Center, specifically to support Micronesian community and culture and to address the issues facing this community. So she would be proud to see us here today in celebration together, and looking down on us today and into the future, she'll continue to share this legacy with us all. So we're so grateful to Professor Smith, who continues to be with us here today and every day. Mahalo.
Thank you, Eric, for helping us to remember Professor Smith. We're going to continue to pay due respects to not only those that come before us, but those who continue to lead us in these journeys and in this canoe. It gives me a great honor to welcome Mr. Jeremy Wololo, who is from Fais in Yap State and Federated States of Micronesia. Jeremy has been kind and generous enough to fly in from Big Island to be with us today, and would like to offer us a protocol to open this space for us. Jeremy.
Aloha. Thank you. And let me just reiterate again. Thank you to Barbara Smith for actually paying my ticket to be here today. And more importantly, for this kind of investment in a better future for not just the Micronesian community. When our kids are better off because they are inspired to be whoever they want to be, whether you're Micronesian, you're Hawaiian, or whatever nationality. That is an improvement for our whole community. And so I thank you for allowing us to be here, and thank you for putting this together for the East and West Center. And thanks to all the co-sponsors, thanks to all the vendors who are here, and thanks to all the people who are showing up to help us celebrate our Micronesian Festival Day. And May is a Pacific Island Heritage Month, and it's appropriate to also celebrate every Pacific cultures as well. So my protocol, I'll start off with being in Hawaii. I've tried to learn the culture. I've tried to respect this land, respect the people, respect the native Hawaiians here. So I'll start off with a ole that I've learned from my halau ohia. And in our gathering today, maybe we think of people to bring in our circles between us to fill up the space that we are in today, the spirit of those kupuna, the spirit of those children that are coming behind us. And so let's been a little quiet, and I'll do an ole called Ualu Kini Kini. Ualu Kini Kini ka huo hiale hua mai wao nuyake ai ai ke hulmaka ipo ya pun mahna o kane o nuame ua mole ua mohala ela o ka papan o kamamo, o kanukui, o kahi, mai hikilawa, hikiluna e whaihone, hali mokuna, wai kea helo no. El Sudan, El Sudan, El Subitit, El Sumado, El Sulan, El Sul all the Pacific. Mai, Lu, Cho. I don't know those was going at once. Micronesia, one Wage, one Punas, one so we gather today to celebrate Micronesia, and I call on the spirits of all of our ancestors, all of our environments, including the names of the fish. I just call out for the Ras, which is a whale. I call out for the shark, Paho. I call out for the Hehe, or I call in my language heat. I call to the creatures of the ocean. That's where we're all from. With my people, we're all called Rimato. Literally means the people of the sea. And if you're from the Pacific, we are the people of the sea. So for that, I thank you all for coming and enjoy your day. And please, I'll be giving a tattoo, a little talk about my tattoo that I had, a traditional tattoo in the hall in a few minutes. Not in a few minutes, actually about 12 o'clock. So I'll be in there. And if you want to listen, hear a little bit of my story and the tattoo story, it's I don't call it a tattoo. I call it the marks of my ancestors. Because that's it came down from those folks, and that's what we want to carry on, wherever, whatever your culture is. It is important to respect all those that come before us. So mahalo nui, thank you.
Mahalo, Mr. Jeremy. Shashapishik from our class. We are now proud and honored to Consul General for the first state of Micronesia to the United States, based in Portland, Oregon. Joe Enlet is here. So Joe Enlet was born and raised in Chute, Micronesia, and has lived in Portland, Oregon for the past 12 years. In 2017, Joe was appointed by President Peter M. Christian of the Federal State of Micronesia to serve as the inaugural Consul General for the Federal State of Micronesia to the U.S. based in Portland. He was again reappointed by His Excellency David W. Panuelo, president of the current president now of FSM. He currently serves as president of the COVA Nation, COVA Alliance Nation Network, or COVA-CAN, a local Portland nonprofit advocacy organization with chapters in Washington, Arizona, Texas, and Eastern Oregon. He also sits on the board of directors for the division Midway Alliance, where he chairs the Capital Movement Committee. CG Joe Enlet, we welcome you to opening remarks. Please give it up for Joe Enlet.
Hello all. Sorry to be taking up your time with this boring speech, but I was asked to give this, so please bear with me. Ali, Mogatlin, Hafade, Raranim, Kasalelia, Lenwo, and Yakwe, and everything else in between. Aloha. Aitiro, o Thairo Nabarap, Ngeri Sabatsko, or Nang, Toriabi Vedisin, at Tigitin. My respects to Creator for the gift of life and the land, space, and ocean we occupy today. My sincere respect and honor to the Kanaka Maoli, the caretakers of this land, mothers and aunties, and all our elders here today, and those not here with us anymore. It is so taboo for being who you are and for raising us with your strength and your wisdom, which was cultivated in the very soil of our beloved Micronesia. My honor and respects to Dr. Hattori, Pacific Islands Development Program Director, for organizing this wonderful event and inviting me to speak today. Also, my respects to East West Center President Varus Lum, to Bernice Hawaii Bishop Museum and the Director Melanie, all those who have contributed so much to the establishment of this event, which is now annual. The Center for Pacific Island Studies at UH Manoa, and every one of you, beloved Micronesian leaders, community heavy lifters, and all our families. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here with you today on Oahu, a place where I also call home because I used to live here out on the windward side. Thank you for coming here today and allowing us to be here. On behalf of His Excellency David W. Panuelo, President of the Federated States of Micronesia, and our FSM community, allow me to offer a few boring remarks. Community gatherings are sacred. A gathering to celebrate our culture is a celebration of people. A wise Trukis elder from the island of Udat and a dear friend of mine once said, "Sisap oput ereri, un ereri esabots metods, un ereri everarabas." We shouldn't hate our culture, for culture is not a thing. Culture is a person. Such a beautiful way of saying that our culture is us, and we are our culture. And when we come to ro, or gather together, we speak the language of our identity. I will leave it to the performers, the artists and storytellers today to expound on the intricacies of our culture and display for us the profound beauty and resilience of our culture, our us, the people. I am excited especially by the young people. We are amazed by the accomplishments, skills, and creativity of our youth who have so much to give and to teach us. There is so much to be proud of in you, our Micronesian youth. Can we give you all a round of applause? Stories will surely be told today of our resilience and of our strength, but we must acknowledge as well the hardships, the discrimination, and the losses that our people encounter as well, which is why my encouragement to us is that we celebrate Micronesian culture, but also that we listen, that we be resilient and proud of our heritage as Micronesians, so that after today, we work so that our kids will not be ashamed to say they are Micronesians. Embedded in our proud Micronesian cultures is the reality that everything is done in community and for community, that successes and losses are carried communally. And yes, we celebrate together, but we also mourn together. The very act of coming together today and narrating our communal story in this event is yet again a consecration of our collective resolve to never, ever forget who we are, to never, ever remain silent, and to end any and all forms of discrimination. Hate is also a story, a false story, but a story that is perpetuated. It is taught and spreads like cancer. But tell the story of our community. Tell the story of our ancestors and navigators who came to Hawaii to share ohana, eilfegan, togetherness. Tell the stories of how wonderful and beautiful and resilient our people are, even in the face of loss. Because I believe strongly that stories are the vehicle of immortality. Words are powerful, but stories are power. Peace and justice for all is not achieved by a single event or an activity, but it is achieved through the stories that we continue to tell. Events happen and then are gone, but movements that live forever are those that are enshrined in our stories told from one generation to the next. That's the long haul work that keeps the passion alive and gives reason to this day. This is the why of what we are doing today, to ensure that we belong and that we share a spirit of belongingness. May we continue to journey in the land of aloha and do as one of our Micronesian preambles say, we extend to all what we seek from each, peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity. Kiriso Chapur, Sulang, Sijusmase, Kamagar, Kalangan, Kulo, and Komoltada. Thank you all.
Hello, Mr. Joe Inlet. We are very thankful now that our opening remarks and protocols are done. Let the celebration begin. Okay, so we got a storytelling. Oh, yes. Okay, we are in for three. I believe Pacific Voices is now here. So we want to welcome them forward so that they continue in our protocols in opening this space. Let's welcome Pacific Voices.
This stuff is working on it. My responsibility. My responsibility. To know who I am and where I come from. To know who I am and where I come from. I am a Pacific Islander. I am a Pacific Islander. I stand on the shoulders of warriors. I stand on the shoulders of warriors. Chiefs and protectors of my clan. Chiefs and protectors of my clan. I am born to defend my heritage. I am born to defend my heritage. Walata, walata, walata. See what is good to know, what is not good to do. My ears the body of my parents. Never listen. My hands are all land and the ocean. My feet to respond quickly to the needs of my community. All these are the worthy of our growth. Wait, come on. Wait, come on.
Pacific Voices is an after-school program that helps students to be successful in their study, and it also teach them their culture and their identity as Micronesian and Pacific Islanders. That was very, very beautiful, kids. Thank you. Okay, so while everything was happening, we have a storytelling that was happening at I-Kiribati. And coming up on the program, we have the Keepers Club. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tammy to introduce them.
Mahalo, mahalo, my co-MC. How's everybody doing? Yeah, we're just getting started. But before we introduce the BYUH I-Kiribati Association to perform this morning, I'd like to really acknowledge our PIDP students, interns. Where are all of you? So if you're a PIDP student, intern, please raise your hand and wave so that everybody can see. Hello. So these are the people that if you get lost or if you want any information or anything, direction, please go to them. Also, I'd like to acknowledge volunteers. If you signed up to volunteer today, please raise your hand and wave. Mahalo, mahalo for your time, and thank you for joining us this morning. I'm gonna ask Auntie Pawea. She's an I-Kiribati elder who has flown in from California to be part of today's event as well, and she is going to introduce the BYUH dance group as well as what kind of performance they'll be performing today.
In my language, we say "Kamna Nelly." So when I say Nelly, everybody will respond. Nelly, Kamna Pen Nelly. I can hear this side. One to go. Kamna Pen Nelly. All right, good job. So we're from Micronesia as well. Kiribati is located southwest of here. We're kind of due north of Fiji, and our performance today is going to be storytelling as well as the culture. Sorry, I wasn't nervous. I was like looking at that person. So my name is Leea Mengidab, and I've been living in California for the last 35 years. And today I just happened to come here because the first time that we did this, I was here as well. So I'm very honored to be part of this program. So my group here These young ladies here are from BYU, which is Brigham High School in Leea, and they're going to perform the first song is an introduction song like, hello, Kamnanauri, how are you? And everybody will be in good luck for today's event. Second dance will be, watch out, we're all single, okay? The third one, we're very happy to be here and be part of this, this event. Thank you so much.
Why don't we give them a round of applause? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch properly, you can move this side because they'll be performing here on the grass. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give them another round of applause? All right, now we have some guys in the group, so it's going to be more entertaining. All right. Before they perform, I'd like to ask Auntie Kawe again to just say a little bit about their costumes. In case you're wondering, they just pick some mats along somewhere and then wrap it around themselves. So she's gonna educate us by saying something a little bit about their costumes so that we know next time we come to celebrate Micronesia next year, we'll know what they're wearing.
Hello again. Did you like the other one? Yeah. All right. Okay, so what they're wearing, this is supposed to be grass skirts and made out of coconuts, but because, you know, we're not from we're not close to that, so we'll use Walmart. So then the nuts here, this is just enhance the hip movement. The black one's supposed to be also coconut and wearing, and the white one will be supposed to be a shell. But again, you know, the state of Hawaii have all these lots of kukui nuts, so we'll use that. And then the hand, all these are all made out of bandanas. Bandanas, we call it the tree of life. And everything decorated here is from bandanas. And of course, this is Waumataki special. All right, and the guys, this is supposed to be, this mat here, it's only unique to Kiribati because they only make that for the dancing for the guys. So this is supposed to be human hair. All those, all the Kiribati ladies, they grow their hair a bit so they can have this human hair. And I think this is a human hair right here, almost yarns. Okay, so how about a big hand for our lovely.
Awe, kamerawa. All right. That's a lot of money. You can collect them before your next item. Are you guys having a good time? Do you guys want some more? All right, they've got 2 more performances. And so if you feel like you like the dance or, you're just admiring, feel free to put some dollars on the girls. If you have some perfume in your bag, we also allow that.
I actually gonna want you guys in this area.
All right,
where
guys.
you like to put it. But then
Okay, so I'm so sorry I lied. I said 3 dances. This one is going to be the hip dance. How to demonstrate that the hip is part of that. Attraction to the opposite nature. All right, so here we go. We have 4 girls here that's going to perform the hip dance. The last one, did you like the last one? Yes, all right.
All right, while they're getting themselves ready, who has been to any of the Micronesian countries? If you've been to any Micronesian country, if you've been to one, raise your hand. Okay, I can see a few. If you've been to 2, keep your hands up. If you've been to 3, okay, thank you. At least you've been to Micronesia now. Who here is from Micronesia? Woo! Thank you for coming out today to celebrate Micronesia. Okay, now they're ready. Thank you, thank you. So now we're left to just one. So this is the last performance, but they'll come back again. So don't go too far.
was beautiful. Okay, let's give it up one more time for all those beautiful dancers. Woohoo! Wow. Okay, so at 11:30, if you like those dances, they're going to perform again. But at this time, there is storytelling happening at the 10 inside. At 10:30, there's a storytelling happening at the Hale Itebu with former Ambassador James Knight, who's sharing his story. So please head over there. And then we have all these amazing service providers. We have the Marshall Consulate, MED, the Kiribati Club. Here we have the vaccine. So if you want to get vaccinated, get your booster or get tested for COVID. There is a tent there with HDOH. We have Baked Good, Marshall Island. And then in the back there, we have KKV. Go and check out the museum. And then there's also a food truck down there. So go and try those red rice and chicken kalakwin.
Those are very beautiful performance.
Yeah. This is so good.
Yeah.
And it's made by Ann back here. So come by and see Ann here.
All right, gang, I think if you're joining us virtually, we do have a video coming up next from Kosrae. I do believe it's from Kosrae, and it's a short video on weaving. So we're gonna have that coming up next, and I hope you are enjoying the performances so far. I certainly am. Kathy, how are you doing?
Oh, hang in there. Oh, you did not see me. I was dancing with them. Yeah, you guys didn't see me. Those were, yeah.
I was pretty sure you were dancing. I was like, oh, the camera's off. She must be dancing somewhere.
Yeah. So, you know, I just turned off the camera, I just carried on. But yeah, those were from the islands, our islands of Kiribati. Let's not forget that there are two countries that they're not part of the Kova nations, but they are part of our region, Micronesia. And that is Kiribati and Nauru. And I hope, you know, I can remember how do we say hello in Nauru and Kiribati? Oh my gosh, I'm so bad with my language now. I need to go back to school.
We need to brush up. We need to brush up. That's all. We just need to brush up a little bit. But Dr. Tammy Tabe, she's from Kiribati, right?
She is from Solomon Islands, but a descent of Kiribati. So very well that, you know, she's one of the MC on Crown. So I'm really proud of that. That she recognized her descent, I mean, where she also originated from. So that was good.
Yeah, I love the dances from Kiribati because it's slightly different from the rest of the Micronesian region, but you can see the kind of the progression of the dances as we go across the Pacific, across Micronesia. So their dances is one of my favorite. The second thing that's a favorite of mine from Kiribati is the red snapper, and everybody knows that I'm a big fish fan. When you get red snapper from Kiribati, it's a thing. It's a thing. People fight over it because it's so delicious. So yeah, lots of good things coming out of Kiribati.
Yep. So the goal is to get Nauru next time for our celebrating Micronesia. Hopefully, you know, we get them. But without further ado, we have the video from Kosrae? Is that what?
Yes, we have our video from Kosrae coming up next. So if we're ready, we can go ahead and cut to that video. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves.
All right.
All right, we'll see you next.
That's a beautiful video.
It is beautiful. Sorry about all that background noise.
Oh, I can tell that's the baby. It's okay. Well, you can tell that we're also celebrating Micronesia in the house, right?
Yeah. So we got everybody up now. It's early Sunday morning and
Exactly.
everyone's waking up, as you can hear.
Well, I guess we have another video to share, but we would like to do a shout out to our online viewers, those that they're following us online, watching us on live stream. We also have all the way from Florida. Someone is watching from Florida. And I guess, you know, he knows who's that. But a shout out to a special one. Her name is Patricia Wheaton. Thank you for watching us live. And welcome to our live session.
Yeah, isn't it great? Like we're able to, you know, share this worldwide, and we're able to kind of, you know, virtually be there. It's not as great as the real thing, like being right there. But you know, this is the second best, and I think it's technology has brought us this far. So I'm really happy and really thankful that we're able to join in. So for those of you out there who are joining us on this live stream, thank you very much for joining us. And Kathy, we're gonna do I guess maybe we can do some shout outs as we broadcast for today.
Yeah.
You have a couple more.
I guess, you know, we should ask who's on online watching. Huh? Well, the thing is, because we're back in person, so I know that not too many people are following or watching online, except for those that are far from Hawaii. And you and I, Kaiwiʻula, because we're not in Hawaii, we're in the islands of Micronesia. And more people, or a lot of people, are coming to the museum because they love to see in person the activities at the event.
Okay, maybe, you know what I'm gonna do? Since my boys have decided to get up and make a lot of noise, I'm gonna share with our Micronesian community.
Oh my God! I can't quite memorize his name. Ayo makai.
So guys, these are my two boys, and they're kind of an illustration of what the region is about, what our Micronesian region is about. It's about family. These two boys are Chamoru, Palauan, and Marshallese. So they got three Micronesian island countries running through their veins. And as you can tell by our eyes, we do have some Asian blood.
Okay. So someone has to really show that as an example. Oh my God.
Of course, it's going to be okay. So yeah, I welcome everyone into our house this morning. It's always an open house. Beautiful. And we're so happy to be a part of this and have you join us in our home. And now you've met part of my family, making all the noise this morning. So thank you for joining us, guys.
Okay.
Mommy, these?
Okay, no, we're not sending candy. We'll send you turtle. We had turtle last night.
Oh, you just did not. All right, so we're ready for our next video.
Yes, let's get to our next video. Tolua, if we have our next video ready. And yes. I got a yes, so we're going to get into our next video, guys.
O na mea una no e o mai ka ike mai luna mai e. O nā mea una no e au o nā mele. E ho mai, e ho mai. E ho mai e ho mai ka ike mai luna mai e. O nā mea una no e au o nā mele. E ho mai, e ho mai. E ho mai e.
All kita custom mo culture belong imi around long Pacific. Only derive long one basis demo. Emi Pacific Ocean. Mo now emi identity belong imi.
Ground wara na sol wara emi strong do imi. Blow one emi save game kai kai na good place down.
O utua o ni tangata whaiwhaiwa, o ni tangata whaiwhatoanga. O le tause ina o lo whanua, a inga, nuu mai ka lesia, o vaenga umana e iloa I o au o se teine Samoa.
Nanda dui monua kena ia umbula e nanda matani diva maringeti. E tundonu menda marroa e na kukunra na nanda kawa muri mai.
Ke tau ngawe whakataha o puke puke e tau lea whakawhonua.
I am a Pacific Islander. I stand on the shoulders of warriors, chiefs, and protectors of my clan. I am born to defend my heritage.
Name, home, ancestor, and clan.
Let these be the stars that guide you throughout life's voyage, for no one can claim these from you.
Ia whaanu tato I te tau amuri e mea tia tau turu tato te tahi I te tahi.
As individuals, we are waves. As a community, we are the ocean. Together, we are Oceania.
Wow, that's a beautiful video. It is short. But it does tell where we're all come from. Islands or people of the ocean.
It was good to see some familiar faces on there. Did you get to meet all the students from the East West Center?
A lot of them, not all of them, but I recognize faces.
Yeah, it was when I first saw this video, it was I thought it was really touching and warm to be able to see the different faces of the Pacific all together like that. So it's great. What do we have next coming up, Kathy? What do we have lined up next?
Well, we're supposed to have our Nohnon FSM or Serin in Katengenioar. I'm so bad at saying all of this.
I'm so glad you pronounced it because I saw it on the program and I'm like, oh, I can't.
I need to get it right. Katengenioar. Katengenioar. Got it.
That's a lot of letters in one word.
Oh, yeah. So I believe this is the youth dance group from Pohnpei. And once they're ready, we'll put them back on live stream or on the show. But as of so I see them walking in. So I guess it's time for us, Yolas, to step out again, and well, we can join dancing in the background. So
okay, you dance. I'm just gonna clap. But why don't you go ahead and introduce the group again, and then we'll sign off and let everyone enjoy the show.
I can't say their name. All right, so I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna try. So everyone, we are happy and joyful to present to you the group or the youth dance group from our Nohnon FSM or Serin in Katengenioar. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. If Paulina is online watching me, she's gonna really be mad at me. So.
That's okay. Paulina's our friend. I think she'll forgive us. All right, guys, let's go ahead and enjoy the show.
Let's see. Yeah, the great navigator's name was Sabini. The Guinea, the Guinea, and some other others came with them. As they were navigating the Great Ocean, they encountered a magical, ghostly octopus. Named Takiki, or Takika, guided them to the perfect place where they built an island that was supposed to be a sacred altar where they worship their ancestors. So this island is somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It is now called the island of Pohnpei. So today, one of the three perceptions of the island. And today to perform the chant, they performed when the mission was accomplished. So today they will present the exact chant, the first chant, ever chanted on the island of Pohnpei to honor the completion of the great accomplishment made by Sapini, Ignalkini, Lidorkini, and the others who came with them. They believed that there were 6 men and 9 women. And so the chant is Katengenioar, naming after the Sapini, Lidorkini, Ignalkini, the main contributor of that accomplishment. Okay, so before we begin, I'd like to invite these entities to join us. Thank you. So I'd like to invite the Federated States of Micronesia. Thank you. And the Republic of Palauan. And the mainland, United States. Mainland, United States. Thank you for joining us. Japan. And Samoa. Thank you. Tonga. Thank you. The Kiribati Islands. Everyone. Next.
Wanja and Train. Yeah.
Everyone
yeah,
who is here today, welcome. And here, I present to you the Katengenioar fruit from Pohnpei.
Oh, yo, emesuan.
Hi, Danny. Ben, what's up?
Oh, yo, tu again.
Just follow the signal. Okay.
Ya, Rokoy. Jelas. Oh. Hello. At the end of this performance, they have to collect all the maramar and offer to our leaders and see in a freedom way. We're not sure, but and I guess that's about it for today. Unless Paulina wants to.
Yeah, you want
Thank you.
I don't have to dance, son. I don't want to dance.
That are sewn, embroidered, very hard work to do. More like a fashion show. Palau, showing of the grass skirt, and yeah, grass skirt. Thank you, everyone. That will be out in the back.
Mahalo. Round of applause, these really cute kids. Come on for us today. Thank you. All right, up next. Oh, why don't we give her a big hand? All right, all right. I know it's hot. The sun is out. Please stay hydrated. If you need to refill your bottles, we've got some bottle stations on my right side here to refill your bottles. Put on some sunscreen. If you see some hats being sold in one of the tents, please buy them so that you can protect yourself from the sun. Up next, we have the I-Kiribati, Honolulu I-Kiribati Association. They're going to be performing 2 dances for us. So if you want to watch, please come around, find some shades, and we'll make sure that you can see them from where you're standing or sitting. I'm going to invite Auntie Paui again to say a little bit about the performance.
All right. Yeah, it's really hot now. This is Stacy. Stacy was born in the Marshall Islands. But her grandparents, she's raised by Kiribati grandparents. And Daisy's residing here in Honolulu. So she's performing 2 numbers today. Okay, so earlier when I was explaining about the costume, she's wearing the real costume from Kiribati. This is the show that I was talking about, that the BYU students, they were very good improvising. And this is that coconut that was really takes a long time to this. This is that coconut and precise. And then the decoration of the black hole. All right, how about a big hand for Daisy?
The next performance.
Don't forget to pick up your dollar or your money. Okay, why don't we give another round of applause? That was wonderful. Now, are you ready? This is her mother, Auntie Palauan, and she's going to be performing for us as well.
Hello. Sorry. Wow, let's give it up one more time for the Kiribati dancers. We're going to, I've been waiting for this moment, and a lot of people have been waiting to hear from Her Majesty, the Queen of Sakau, the healer of Micronesia. She graduated from UH in biochemistry, and she's going to share her beautiful poem. And she's really, really good at this, guys. And she's my best friend, so I get to hear this all the time. Let's hear from Miss Carol, my good friend.
Let me control my breathing. Actually, let's have everybody take a few deep breaths, shall we? Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Help your body cool down a little bit. Inhale. Make it feel like you're in the ocean. Let's all breathe together. As my friends from the Pan Pacific Association like to say, as individuals, we are waves, and together we're the ocean. So let's let our breathing channel that today. As my great friend, or actually, I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting myself. Leea Mengidab, or Hoppe-Cruz. Moa, Monai Bampachoyang, Nalecho, Wawach. I-Kiribati, H1 Saratan, Taiwan, so far. Wanti, Lapalabagan, Melel so meta. Ragachung pura, Quag is so Koyaga, is Ochapacho one that chica. Abudul men Wanti, Ulitangan, Baliakan, Saikan, Irailkan Paras. The touch the Pachoto. The mistake to Cocheto Al, Cocheto se. Oranka yang kap na. Kalangan join my group. My name is Caroline Carl, and home for me is the beautiful island of Pohnpei in the Federated States of Micronesia. In fact, I feel like I grew up on this. The first time I read my poetry in front of a huge crowd was at Celebrate. So I thought today, instead of merely reading it, I'd take us all on that journey, that growing sense of belonging to this place and to this festival. And one of the ways that my culture loves to do it is by telling stories. The beauty about telling stories is that when you hear the same story but from different people, you get different parts of that story, newer parts. So the first poem that I'm going to share with you puts together parts from the story that my community shared earlier, but also bits of the stories from the rest of the story. It's a poem that's graced this stage many times. And it's a poem that I truly believe belongs. The title of this poem is Kailanaya, on the other side of it. And this is where our journey today is. Kasalelia, my name is Carol Ann Carl, and home for me is the beautiful island of Pohnpei, the Federated States of Micronesia. Pohnpei, one state of four that make up one island nation. Beautiful islands, people come to die, serve, and hide from their vacation. One nation of six that make up the entire Micronesian region. Give me a moment, let me try to clear the common misconception. We have the Yapis, the Hawaiian, the Pohnpeian, the Chukis. The Federated States of Micronesia is just one country. You see, we have the Marshall Islands to the east and Palau to the west. We are the Hoppe migrants who witness this wave of immigrants. Down south, we have Nohnon and Kaiwiʻula. Up north, we have the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, where America's day begins. Yes, Guam is not an island nation, it's a U.S. territory, but in Micronesian waters, They are a part of our inventories. Because for too long have we been claimed by foreign powers that we have forgotten who we are. Vast stretches of ocean meant to connect us, now making us seem too far. Sometimes it is forgotten that we are one region of three: Melanesia, Micronesia, Polynesia, Pacific Island beauty. We have been shushed by foreign labels. Pacific Islands. But when foreigners say Pacific, do they really understand my way? I come from the island of Hawaii. On the other side of yesterday, across the oceans of Oceania, my ancestors were gathered. On the other side of yesterday, my ancestors had a vision of a new place they could call home, the lagoon of life and island, risen a crew of 16 members, 9 women and 6 men. I speak their names to life in need of their guiding presence. Sudakono, Karen, and the prophet Sapuni, Langparan, Sobelata, and his brother, Sobelata. The 9 women were Leolele, Ian Kachauchi, Yoroman Kwen, Lubak Takalang, Lubakini, Sapuni, Lubakini, Saramani. A canoe handcrafted by pivotal women whose presence, as the journey goes, would conjure wind through the voyage. Even on my own life's journey, these women are the seed of my strength, my courage. Along their voyage, an octopus would point them in the direction they seek, and lo and behold, they found the exposed reef. Here they stack rocks to build an altar and praise. Upon a stone altar is the literal translation of my island's name, Pohnpei. For upon that stone altar, my island was built so that more people could voyage to it and navigate more still. The clans came later, calling this island their home, embedding themselves deeply rooted in stone for at least 2,000 years. My culture has thrived despite decades of foreign power. My culture is still alive. I walk through megalithic structures. I contribute to chiefs, chiat, wow, sar, traditional concepts the English language fails to describe. Because of its ambiguity, I tell you the origin story of my island because here, I want to make something irrevocably. My ancestors were navigators, as you heard the story goes. As such, we claim oceans and islands as continuous homes. We claim the identity of navigator, and along with it, the identity of immigrants. Although I travel by airplane today, I feel the same turbulence. Growing up a Pohnpei, being a navigator was more than just being able to read stars. Being a navigator is about welcoming everyone who travels from near and or far. Pohnpei, my island, is a place for those who come. It does not matter the color of your skin or what language rolls off your tongue. We are navigators, we are immigrants, we are Oceanians. We are one, whether you come to stay or just temporarily. We are obligated to treat you customarily with unsolicited respect, humility, and generosity. That is what being a navigator, a Pohnpeian that travels, means to me. If I could, I would have stayed home to pursue a higher degree, but because of the systems imposed on my island, here is where I find the opportunity. If I could, I would have stayed home. Rather than being bombarded by such negativity, hearing even government officials say, my country is so bad, we choose to come here because being homeless in Hawaii is better than being rich in Micronesia. Really? Home for me is the beautiful island of Pohnpei, where ever since the other side of yesterday, immigrant has been my identity because navigation has been my way, my land, my language, my culture, my heritage is my identity. It is not negligence of one. This is what it means to be from where I come from. Kan roroti irapensa o patpato patapensapsa. Be stewards of the land and passionately breathe life into our world. History. Home for me is the beautiful island of Pohnpei. I built of stone. Come to all of Micronesia, where you will be welcomed with open arms, because just like our ancestors, you come to find home. Thank you. That was our first poem. And so now that we've centered ourselves a little bit in this place, in Micronesia, ocean. Let's travel back to the ocean. What I love about Celebrate Micronesia Festival is so much Micronesian excellence. You get to network. You need a tech dude, we got you. You need a lawyer, we got you. You need an interpreter, oh, we got you. A doctor, you need students, volunteers. And that's what community is, right? And so this next poem is one that I've never actually done out loud, because Celebrate Micronesia Festival is so high tech that the year it was shown via video in partnership with SoSec Productions, which is also a young Pohnpei up and coming photography company. So if you want to see the visuals for this poem, I highly recommend you follow them on social media. We'll give you the after. But this poem is called Menaka. We're about to go to the ocean. The beautiful thing about language is that, especially for indigenous languages, there are a lot of layers of meaning. And so, men natao, this poem, well, when you say its name, men natao means to be seasick. But I write it in two words, men and natao. Men means to be from, that's originally from. And natao means from the open ocean. So men natao can also mean to be from the ocean. And so to be seasick is to be thirsty, because the ocean is open. So I'm going to invite everyone, you can just be as relaxed as you can for this one, because I'm going to need you to use your imaginations, okay? Men natao. Listen. And join me on this ocean voyage. Listen to the rumbling of the waves glistening under cerulean skies, those beautiful brown eyes sparkling under yellow dwarf star. Feel the sun's warm kiss your skin. Feel the ocean's cool mist hug you. Paddle, paddle, limbs breaking the ocean's black surface. Let yourself be fully embraced, submerged. Watch as Mother Stingray glides gracefully by, her wings propelling her through saltwater skies. Dolphins cheerfully playing past you, true acrobats without limits. Aerial flips through ocean and air, dive, dive. Muscles propelling you deeper like the sperm whale in search of giant squid. Float, with me here. Let the ocean carry you, suspending you in its wonder as you watch. Brother shark, true protector, patrolling from reef to open ocean, keeping balance. As sun sets and moon rises, feel the tides ebb stronger, luminescent life flickering before our very eyes. Creatures painted in colors we could never imagine, painted with all the colors of the ocean, the cool colors of our ocean ancestors. Watch the meteor shower that is full of tuna bodies, silver painted torpedoes, fiery flashes of cobalt, amber, silver fins, creating beautiful chaos. Shooting like boisphere into massive mineral fish, breaching the flittering surface of frozen food where frigate birds swarm. Like tuna navigator, we traverse the open ocean, traveling in beach families for protection. Between island, from island to island, voyaging across this ocean world, the world, our world is the ocean. Survive, live, thrive. Listen. Welcome home, navigator. The ocean is home. Oh, it took a really long journey to get here. But that feeling of belonging just gets stronger and stronger. The more we gather, the more we fortify those connections that our ancestors have built for generations, the more we remind ourselves of these stories. There are wins, there are losses. So I'm getting a little emotional because this last one, I had actually for Pacific graduation to commemorate the ending of our journey, but to also remember our ancestors who left us while we were journeying. And so this last poem is for them and is for us. This poem is in memory of my grandfather, Yoshjarkar, and it's called Ilok Mala, of waves and stones. School comes first. Education is key. This is how you will support your community, your family. That way was the first to lead us to academia's shores, leading us into classrooms that guaranteed that more doors would fly open. Dipping our toes into the shallows of Western education, forlorn by internal deprivation caused by waters so stagnant, so far removed from our home and our identity. It felt like we were inundating our own thoughts. Then came the frigate birds, guiding us further out into oceans deep, opening our eyes to the concept of a sea of islands, a collective of waves. Melanesia, Micronesia, Polynesia, memorizing all those maps, syntax 108, ancestral knowledge once spoken, now stored in archival books. Diving into them for us meant reclaiming what was took. Our tattoos, our languages, our culture, our food. The classroom became our pedagogical community. Pacific excellence at its helm, waves we once thought would drown us, now carrying us into Oceania's realm, where we met Hawaii, Te'aio, Pi'ailo, trust. A sprinkle of stars amongst constellations guiding us through oceanic paths of reclaiming, renaming, finding solutions in ancestors past, creating futures where our children will never again be asked to sacrifice their oceans and their lands for the good of mankind. As we paddled, conceptualized, and fortified, rogue waves attempted our demise, pounding the canoe from all sides on the verge of being capsized. The waves of COVID came and death. In all forms, confronted so many of us at too many sunsets. But being Micronesian is knowing that we stay blessed, especially by our ancestors who have left. See, with calm waves and clear skies in the open ocean, a good navigator can fare. A great navigator is one who is wholly aware that even when he cannot see the stars, they're still there. Palauan, everyone.
That was beautiful. And there was a lot of life spoken from Miss Carol. Thank you very much, Carol. Okay. So, the BYUH is coming back. They're going to do their last dance for the day. And after, we're going to have the FSM kids and ladies do their fashion show. And also, we have a band here today, the marching band team. They're going to play while everyone is getting lunch and we roam around. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the Kiribati. Please welcome them. Let's give them a big applause. Welcome.
When the Navy was discovered for the weakness in hand-to-hand combat.
Here we go. Now, our next performers on the program, I'm going to turn over the mic to Mama Paulina. We also have the martialist band down here. And if you haven't get vaccinated or get your boosters, we have one for you. Go down to that 110. And also we have free masks and free home testing. So please welcome Mama Paulina.
That is aloha, everyone. Can you see that? Kaselelia. Mango. Okay, one more time. Let's put very strong and down. Kaselelia. Mango. Thank you all. Salamat. So with this number, we are going to be showcasing our grass skirts from Palau. And yeah, I will say as much as I know, there's really deeper meaning to the grass skirts. And right there, the lady said there, if you turn around, if they're behind you, they are wearing embroidered grass skirts. And takes hours and weeks to sew one. And it's all by hand sewing machine, not the production, on the line type of machine. It's all a regular Singer sewing machine. We will be singing our Pohnpei anthem, so I'll invite you to join us when the ladies are ready. So I introduced my daughter, Leea, who is Palauan. Come up here, yeah. Leea Mengidab is her Palauan name. And as you all may know, I'm from Pohnpei, Federated States of Micronesia. The grass skirt, Leea will come in the front and you can touch the grass skirt and look at it in detail. The intricate weaving using yarn. We still have grass skirts that are made with hibiscus bark, but it takes a lot of work. My understanding is they will have to soak it in water to have the outer or inner bark come out to where they can use it and it's viable for grass skirt when they dye it. So nowadays, for convenience, we use, or the Palauans use yarn. And I will, the other use of grass skirt here is during birth, a firstborn of a child for a woman, the lady will be covered in turmeric with coconut oil and be presented to the family of the husband-to-be or husband and the entire community. And it takes a lot of work because they will give her a hot bath for, I believe, a month to prepare her. This belt on her stomach is also a way to hold up the mom's belly. Now she's obviously a young girl and she's just wearing this for just part of the costume. In the old days, all our islander women will go topless, but nowadays we have is coconut or I guess bandanas leaves that's dried and also woven. She's also wearing a Palauan money necklace that's passed down to generations in a family, 3 generations, and she is the 4th generation in her family to be proudly wearing this Palauan money. And as well as she's not wearing oil that's made with turmeric, but if she were, she'll be all in yellow, covered all the way to her feet. And her hair will be pulled up like so, and we can only find these hair decorations that we're able to get for display and show. So at this moment, I would like to call her dad, Leroy, to come up and do the chant. If he's not able to do that, I will play a chant that I recorded that was done at One Ocean Palau this year conference. Leroy,
Ali. Ali in Palau means aloha. And Ali. Ali. I'm going to do the chant. And at the end of my chant, like when I say, young, you guys say, way. Get that? Like at the end of my chant, you're going to have to say, way. Louder. It makes the chant person feel good. I did a good job. All right. Can you do it one more time? Say, way. No. Way. Yeah, like that. Okay, the chant, the meaning of the chant that I'm going to do is about the unity. As islanders, we're island, you know, it's all different island with the ocean in between. But at this time, since we're in Honolulu, we're all united. We're all, and I want people to, we're going to continue the unity among all of us and make our young generations to learn the way we are and the traditional that we can provide for them. And be respectful and exercise the aloha spirit while we're in Hawaii. Let's follow aloha spirit and join people that live here. I want to thank everyone here. I'm going to do the chant. It's about unity. So I'm going to say in my words, I'm going to start. Maak. I'm not ready. Yeah. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Awe akmalasoya. Altal bakale mungin. Ya lerul bakale makit. Lendia ako to. Ya ako to. Leea. Let's be I didn't get the reverse. Oh, the smoke. Oh, the smoke play lang. Mga malasoyang. Alerul bakaling matit. Yan ang bakaling ungin. Hey, thank you everyone. You know, we all learning to be away from my island for more than 30 years. I came to school here in Hawaii, 1984. And I moved to Oregon again. It's been a long time trying to be Palauan again. Thank you.
Leea is going to do one more round all the way around here. You can see the style of the costume or the grass skirt. So watch your steps, Leea. This is Leea's first time to wear this traditional Palauan skirt. So please give her a big hand. I will sing it and dance with her. Or who knows Karakibanaini? Okay, thank you, Leea. Sulang Kalangan. Sulang is thank you in Palauan. Sulang! Next, we have our young little girl that's going to be showing our other grass skirt from the island of Yap, the Federated States of Micronesia. And she is however, from Pohnpei, but I could not get my classmate to bring her daughter, so I borrowed the Yappi's grass skirt. In Yap, can you go around and show them? This is made of hibiscus bark. And there is slow down, it's layered, slow down so they can look. You'll see some of the layer, the top layer that's kind of short. It's weaved very intricately and dyed and gathered so that it can make that style of a grass skirt. In Yap, currently they also wear grass skirt. It's a very cultural island where they still are topless, most of the older women, and wearing probably their grass skirts. Not until after the World War II that they started using the color. But before then, mothers will weave grass skirts from the betel nut leaves, coconut leaves, and hibiscus leaves or bark. And they will, on the bark, they will bury it in mud in the taro patch to also help that bark to dry out, and then they can use that. Over time, over the years, when the grass skirts are softened or fallen apart, they will replace it with fern or any kind of leaves that is fragrant and aromatic to use for the brown grass skirts. Grass skirts, this type of grass skirt is used a lot in their dancing, and I believe there will be another girl that will be dancing the Japanese dance later on today. So thank you all, and let's give her a big hand. Okay, and our next number is all our beautiful Pohnpeian ladies. Please come up to the front. We will sing the Pohnpeian anthem before we start going around to show our beautiful skirts, Pohnpeian skirts that are handmade with the sewing machine. So we would like to ask you to join us and passing your hand over to your heart, and we will sing the Pohnpeian anthem. Yeah, come. Okay. Yeah, miss. No. Yeah. I guess I'll just have you all just go one more circle so our audience, our small audience, can see what this and feel the skirts. Go around, one round slowly so they can touch and look at it. How these, imagine sitting in front of a sewing machine hours and hours, and even before then you'll have to draw your not using a stencil, but really draw out your flower and your design before you put it through a sewing machine and work that. It's not an automatic embroidered machine. It's all sewn. So that's how time-consuming a Pohnpeian skirt is made, called puros. In Chuk, they call it stato. Oh no! It's very popular. One of these skirts can cost up to $200, and depending on if it's a new design, this is very unique. You only get to see one or two. When they copy, it's not the original anymore. So I'm proud to say that Pohnpei Micronesia has a designer fashion made with skirts. So everyone, let's bow, give our respect. Stop press. That was Ian. Okay, thank you. And we will do our anthem.
Smile. That's gonna be famous.
Everyone, there will be one more round, and if you have any questions specifically about how these are made, our tent is right over there. That's the States of Micronesia tent. Let's go ahead and do one more round. Okay. We're gonna work on our modeling next time. This is kind of like an impromptu catwalk style. Yes, just I'm so proud of you guys. One flower can take hours to make. And they're not only in black, as very colorful, maybe gray and red. So thank you all for this time. I wish you all the best. Aloha.
Okay, let's give it up one more time for Mama Paulina. And singing. We are having a martially storytelling in there around, is it happening like soon? I'm sorry, in the Blue House. Same house where they have the Chuki storytelling. And then we're having the band playing soon. So come down and work on your dance move. Exercise.
Hi, everybody. While you're wandering around, we're having lunch now. So we've got Jeremiah's food truck there serving delicious traditional Micronesian food, local food. So feel free to stop by to get some food and water. We also have the Bishop Museum food court that's serving food. So please stop by there if you want something from there as well. Find some shade because it's very hot. Stay hydrated. And make sure to throw your rubbish into those recycled bins and bins as well. We have on my right side the Discovery Hall that they're displaying a lot of the traditional artifacts from the museum. So please feel free to stop by there to see these artifacts. Also in the white tent on my right hand corner, weaving is still happening there. So if you want to give it a go or try your luck in weaving, please stop by the tent. And then we have the martialist storytelling in that blue little cottage over in the corner over there. So grab your lunch, stop by there and listen to the storytellers that are gonna be there.
Here we have the martialist band. Next to it is actress and her crew from Martialist Baker. Down the road, the white tent. If you haven't get vaccinated, please be responsible. If you want to get vaccinated and get your booster, please come and get it now at the white tent. Also, there is mask and home testing for free. $3.99, y'all. $3.99. And then down there, if you are hungry, get your food from Jeremiah's. We also have American Red Cross and disaster preparedness. Down here, we have the farmers. We have the farmers, the Kiribati cancer schools. We have the Bosai, food care, giving out food samples. We have
say hello to the live stream.
Hello, live stream. Welcome to the Micronesian Fest out here at Bishop Museum. We are Jeremiah, a small family business food truck, and we are just happy to be here. Thank you guys for your support.
Thank you. Food looks good.
And we got free vaccines over here with Project Mission. So
Hello. Say hello to the online live stream. Thank you.
When did you join Kaiwiʻula?
Oh, I joined last year in March. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so it looks like Makana, that was the American Red Cross tent.
Yes.
And I think we're really enjoying the live streaming of all the performances. And we just finished watching the Palauan chant. That was really nice. I mean, it was something that it does warm my heart to hear the chant. And, as a father of 2 kids, I really hope to see them sharing their Micronesian cultures, just like Leea, and, be proud of who they are. So I think this is a really great event, and we're really enjoying seeing all the different tent booths. So Makana, what do we have next? Where are you going now?
Right now it's lunchtime, so they have some performance, music. Everyone's getting lunch.
I believe there's a booth from the judiciary and the PAC Rim. You see those?
Yes. I'll walk over there now.
Okay. All right, folks. So maybe we can walk with Makana and check out the judiciary. We kind of missed the American Red Cross, but there's lots of opportunities to share information and other knowledge. So let's go check out the judiciary and PAC Rim booths and see what they have going on. Looks like it's a beautiful weather in Honolulu. Blue skies.
A beautiful day in Hawaii. I think I kind of miss Hawaii. I miss Hawaii. Do you miss Hawaii, Kiola? Makana, can you still hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, all right. I think we just lost Kiola again. All right, we're heading into the atrium. And Makana will also walk us through and show us the different foods in the atrium. KCC. Hi, Kapiolani Community College. We're on live stream. So good to see you, KCC, today. Aloha.
It's been on the radar since. Anything is good in this lesson.
Are there any foods in the hut?
Yes.
In the valley?
We have Kokua Kalihi Valley here.
Oh, cool. All right. Anybody that needs health insurance or, oh, which program from Kokua? We have the ladies from Kokua. Oh, is that Ben? Is that you, Ben? Benoit.
This is Kathy. Kathy.
Oh, Kathy.
Benoit.
Oh,
Me.
hi, Auntie Kathy.
How are you?
Good.
Oh, cool. Good to see you, Benoit.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Taranim, Ami, Karafefin, Atia. So I guess this is the Turkish woman at Kokua at that table. They're seamstress. So they do skirts and muumuus.
Oh, thank you.
Another program at Kokua. Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Oh, girls, young girls. Beautiful chapter.
Seems wonderful.
Oh, wow. Oh, I mean, are those bags?
Yes, bag.
Tote bags. Very nice, very beautiful. Well, too bad we're not on ground. Can come and grab something, you know. Oh, we have Turkish muumuus and skirts. Wow, beautiful.
Hello.
Oh, so these are more seamstress. I mean, more women that they do seamstress, and they're also part of the Kokua Kalihi Health Clinic. KKF, Kokua Kalihi Valley. And what is this table? Looks like some kind of homemade oh, that's yellow ginger.
Yeah, and then different cultures.
Wow, that's beautiful. And what food is this, Kana?
This is it's sleigh with shade.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Ho'oulai.
Oh, up in the mountain. Holuaina.
Ho'oulai.
Yep, I love the farm up there.
Hello.
We're trying to keep out to our
Aloha. And
these are the ones for the different ages that come to the clinic. So this one is from 0 to 2.
Oh, okay. So we have kids program at KKB.
This one is for the new moms that have breastfeeding for the babies.
So some educational materials.
From 3 to 5. So whenever they come to the
Different
clinic
ages.
to see their doctor appointments, so this is what they usually do. While waiting for the appointment, we give them activities to do so that they will not get bored.
That's nice.
These are different coloring books. It's written in called language, Portuguese language, Marshallese language. Yeah, different kind of language.
Wow. So do they keep out those? Or can people order online if they want?
Can people order online for these, or is it all?
This one, we don't those that like when they need from the other departments, so they call us and let us know.
Okay. Okay.
So at KKB Clinic.
KKB Clinic.
Kali Valley Clinic.
Okay. Thank you.
So much.
Beautiful. Okay. Thank you, Mafana. Beautiful. So we're heading into storytelling in a little bit, but lunch time will start, or people are already starting, getting lunch from the food truck. So for any online viewers, you can start cooking your food at home, your lunch, whatever you're making for lunch at home.
Honolulu Community Action Program.
Oh, hi, HCAP. Good to see you guys.
Yes. For our virtual viewers.
Nice.
Wait.
I used to do a lot of referrals for HCAP. Oh, is this where the weaving going on?
Say hello to the virtual. Yeah.
Yes, you're live. Can you hear me? You're live. Everybody, we're here in Guam.
This is the weaving tent.
This is the weaving house. Wow. Wow, beautiful. Oh, that's what I need to learn, how to make that hat.
This one?
Yeah, yeah, I have not made one yet. I do other things, but not the hat. Oh, is that Auntie Calista? Oh,
Auntie Ruth.
oh, Auntie Ruth. Hi, Auntie Ruth. Ali.
Well, thank you. We're just finishing. I mean, the people that learn our basket, they just took the basket and went because they were learning how to do it and they got it. So they took it out with them.
Thank you for being here and showing people how to do weaving.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you, Auntie Ruth.
All right, I'm back on.
Welcome back, Kiola.
You know, the living in paradise comes with a price, and stable, stable internet connection.
Yep, I can tell that right now. You're probably talking to yourself now because we can't hear you. You froze on our side. Wow. So nice to see a live event in person.
Wakana, we need to get you a segue. Segue between the booths.
Yes. Everyone's eating lunch now.
Yeah, anyone
Wakana, did
who
you get
has
something
never
to
been
eat?
to the museum, the Bishop Museum, this is how it looks like.
Yeah. This is the Great Lawn.
Kathy, you've never been to the Bishop Museum?
I've been to.
Oh. I was like, that's not believable.
I cannot be leaving Hawaii without, visiting the museum.
Well, I hope everyone's enjoying their lunch from at home. I know everyone there is enjoying their lunch. Looked like they had a really good food truck. That was Chamoru food. Did they have Chamoru food? Was that a Chamoru truck? Or
yeah, Jeremiah's Island Fusion Chamoru inspired food.
Man, those barbecue looks good.
Some red rice with some barbecue chicken. Don't forget the finideni.
And the chicken pinaponi. Yeah, extra tony.
Kathy, maybe you have to go to King's and go eat after this.
What do you want? Beef shank.
I want the ham hocks with the coconut milk.
Beef shank.
I want the tamale skizu. Looks like a lot of folks are having fun there. They're just like all over the place. That place is big, so yeah. I would probably run over to the science building there and get some air conditioning if it's hot out there.
Yep.
Well, looks like I'm gonna be looks like I have some food here, so I'm gonna have some lunch with everybody. Looks like I have some breadfruit. I have boiled banana.
Oh my gosh.
It's like we're eating together.
Oh my gosh. Is anyone making doing counting?
Okay. Oh, in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I know he said he feels better, but his chest is still popping, so he said that.
Oh man, Sheila, what do you think? Okay. I have a mango. I got a mango.
You have an apple?
Mango! It's a green mango.
Oh, mango.
I got taro. Well, I'm just gonna, announce it to you so you don't, tell me you have this from, local food. I got taro. Okay, I'm gonna eat taro soon.
And I dip my breadfruit in turtle egg.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, we're gonna start I think we're starting the storytelling.
What we got going on there?
I see Jeremy up there. There's Jeremy.
So these are so there will be some pictures coming up in my presentations, but I just want to kind of give you sort of a picture story of that, or what's going on there. You carry canoes, you climb coconuts. That's the man's house or the canoe house, and that's what you make tuba, alcohol, or sweet tuba for kids from coconut trees, and then put it in there. From there, bottle, and that's my two boys. That's living on the island life. That side of the island, so Fais is 1 square mile, and it is one of the thing about it's like it is the closest piece of land to the Challenge Sea. Like, and so there's a story that about for the legend of the island, we have our own Maui story, and it was pulled out. And I never know about the sort of the challenging people pretty recently. But then when I learned about that and I kind of connected to the legend, just shows like how the Fais was an underworld down there. And it was fished out by Motiti. Motiti is our Maui. And when the story goes something like this, where Mother Autumn and the three sons, Otiti, Otita, and Bono. And they live on these smaller islands in the Unity Atoll. You probably heard that called, that's where Lower Tree in the Pacific also ended. And they live on this little tiny island. There's nothing to grow there. But every time they come back from fishing, their mama has food that, farro, potatoes, bananas that you don't even see on an island that is just made out of sand. And then they're all asking, like, hey, what's going on? Where's mother bringing all this fantastic food? Like food that's already cooked, sweet potato, cattle, coconut milk, islands. And one day, they told our youngest son to follow the mom, to trick her, to see where she's going to grab all this food. And all the two older brothers, they went out and went fishing, and the younger brother just stayed around behind the house in the bushes. And the mom came out, looked around, was like, all right, go to the other side of the island, and then perform her magical chant. And sing the chant, and then count the waves, and then all of a sudden she spurts on the water and disappeared. So the son listened and followed everything that the mom was doing. You know, one lesson is like, listen to your mom. And so he did the same thing, followed it, and then disappeared when he went under the world, underworld. That's where they're finding all these fruit trees, the bananas, the orange trees, the mangoes. And because in Uliti, the island where they live, Rosia, is also pretty much sad. And it's a really low atoll. So the only thing that grows there is coconuts and usually the trees that grow around them. So the mom heard the bird, and she never heard a bird at all there before, prior to this. And so she knew that one of her sons followed her. And called her, and well, since now you know where this place is, I am going to die soon. You're going to be the caretaker. So, to this day, there is a tree on Fais where you go and tap on it for good luck. But I'll touch on that story real quick. There's a story for it. Go back to the next slide. All right, so that is maybe go back. So Fais is a little tiny dot in here. 1 square mile, 20 meters above sea level. That is, for us, that is high. We compare to other atolls in Micronesia, Marshall Islands, even in Uliti, you dig about 2 feet in the ground and discover a well. That's how shallow some of these outer islands of the atoll are. Very shallow, very tiny. Just some coconut tree growing in the sand. Fais, however, it's a raised limestone island. And I think it has to do where it is, right by where the tectonic plates are shifted. The Marias tectonic plate going on in place too. And that is part of where the challenge repeat is. Did I say all the one? Yeah, so this is the storyboard. This is the storyboard of Motiti. And this was made in Palauan. My wife actually requested on the story and then asked one of the Palauan artists to do this story based on that. The hook right here. Just like the hook of Maui's hook, Otiti hook is super important. There's a saying that if Otiti's hook is lost, that the island someday will not stable and not livable. And I think that is metaphorically, but it's also very connected. That means that if we lose our hook is part of our knowledge, hook is also our story. Hook is the story of who we are. And if our children are not remembering the stories, they're not keeping up with it, we're not telling the stories, then eventually we're all speaking the same language, but we're telling all the same stories that, you know. And so that is part, I think, when I do my talk, I think one of my important points that I like to look across is how important the stories are. The stories, like somebody said earlier, there's power to words, but stories are powerful. And I think that's pretty significant. Yeah, so this is actually my collection at home. That's me and Willie Moore. That actually was carved by an old man from the Luti atoll. And some of his kids are actually living here. And these right here, you cannot see it, this is a stone mine. And this is all the currencies. This is our currencies in the back. This is Japanese currencies. All these what we call exchange money. And the ride is actually from the mainland of Yap. And you know the story of ride. Ride is the stone money. Yap is known for it. This is stone money. And the one I have right now is actually pre-contact. Because what you can tell about is like the way they're cut. The ones that are cut prior to contact with Europeans were really smooth, from modern tools. Whereas these ones that were cut prior to that were made from rock tools. And if you don't know the story of rice, that people would travel from Yap to Palauan to carve this off from a specific type of rock, from a specific area in Palauan. And doing that, they have to do some connection to the Palauan so they can travel back and forth. And how the value of the money is come about is the story of how that money is brought back to Yap, brought to Yap. If they went on the trip to collect a rock and then they come back, somehow they come back with some rocks and somebody died because they try to save the money, that would be raise the value. So the more dramatic the story about how that is brought, the bigger, the higher the value of the money. So let's just go to tell about how important stories are, right? Here I want to kind of, this is now I want to touch on the tattoo. This is how I brought tattoo into that. So if you look at most of the across the Pacific, all of our tattoos are kind of, it's not very sort of clear. It's always abstract. It's always color, like triangles. And that is basically what my tattoo is made from. So here, I have a thing here where somebody was explaining the names because it was part of my research was when I was doing this, kind of go back, and then at the time when I was doing trying to do my tattoo, there weren't that many people that know about tattoo anymore. So I was fortunate to look at books that were written before, and also folks that are that have done research prior. They kept notes. I'll show that in a bit, but the story of the tattoo has a different, many different things. Actually, the tattoo doesn't just belong to my island, it's more of a regional kind of thing, because if you go to the outer islands of Yap, all very, even if you go all the way to the parts of Philippines, they're still very in terms of like the style and the way they look. The back right here is very common. That is a whale tail, the tools. And so if I want to touch here, this is sort of a net, and nobody told me this, but just from my own looking at it, I look at this as sort of the armor. It's your protection, but it's also your responsibility. So this is for me as a man, I'm supposed to provide fish for the community. And these nets are your stomach. These are part of the thing. It's not never just for fishing, it's for sex. And right here, this is the long one. It's called chant. It's the coconut leaves, but it also means for as a man and living in the land, your responsibility as a fisherman out there is to be able to tell the land. And the coconut leaves is what they would use. And I watched my elders do this. Whenever we go fishing, you find out your lot first. And collect the coconut leaves and go to different things. And then you count. There's a way that you do it to kind of like see how the weather is going to be that day, what your luck is going to be. That's what it is. And these, like triangles, are like representing different things. It could be the fish. This could be the spear. Could be the hand. And the middle one is called chihana. And these also kind of your tools. These are kind of like the shark teeth. Shark teeth represented your also your genealogy, your ancestors. There's also, and then right here is like an ephod or the prison bird, or you're living on your. I mentioned earlier that we're called people of the sea. Remalo, that's what that means. And it depends on your ocean elements, including birds. And so the ephod or the bird is it's also a good luck. If you're traveling in ocean and you're lost, one way to find land, sea, is follow the bird. But they go out during the day, but they always go back on land to find the ocean. So that is part of the. And the whale tail on my back, it has a different meaning. One of the things that I learned is that for men, for the community, that people lean on you for certain things. You gotta have a strong back. Do the whole, get a strong back to carry the canoe, get a strong back to paddle the canoe. Everything comes down to how such your back is. That thing. So, food notes, and I put this field notes here because these are not my field notes. These were field notes taken in 1972, before I was born. And the person who did this, the person who actually gave me my name, Dr. Don Rubenstein. So it's a small world kind of. He's originally from New York. I call him my Holly Papa. Came to the islands in San Diego to do his anthropological work and research. And this wasn't anything, but he just kept things down as an ethnographer. So when I was going through my closet, I checked with him, is there any notes that you have tattooed? Oh yeah, I do. Then he gave me all these notes, and then describes this one right here is the instruments for tattooing are made from the leg and wings bones of two large kinds of birds, kinds of black seabirds called Hatta and Wowen. That's the Hiva, or the fish bird, and then the what was the other one? I forgot the English name for it, but we're protecting the yeah. Working on Maak, we're protecting one on Maak right now. It's actually found that it's nested on Maak. All the way to the top of Maak to nest. albatross. So when I was doing my tattoo, I looked over all these, like looking back, these were made, kind of back in the 1800s. And some of the things that I found when I was in my research were like the German museums. The Germans were back in this island during that time too. So right here is this is the male tattoo kind of drawing. That was 1870 from the island of Omo. These were, the tattooing was like, and in fact, the last people who were tattooed on my island were actually tattooed by Ward Privy. It's an old man from Palauan, where he lived pretty close to my island. And these are the women tattoo. The women, you don't see their tattoo. They have the same, that only their lovers will see their tattoo. But it's all hidden right there. And sometimes it's the lovers who like tattoo them. And maybe the next slide. So here, so most of the tattoo you see is on their arms. It's not all their legs. I saw this. I grew up in the 80s on Fais, and I saw her. This is my auntie's cousin. Yeah, all cousins. I didn't see her, but I know her. On Fais, they don't call me by Chamoru, they go by Wool. Tell them So this is part of the footnotes that Dr. Don Rubenstein took. And then of course that was me and sort of kind of notes the way my opinion compare these things. And with the tattooing, I'll talk about all the cuts of the slides coming up. It says right here about Maak and Hoppe-Cruz. That means like after when the guys go through the tattooing, after you do the process, because there's a protocol when you do the tattoo. When you're going through the process of traditional tattoo, you're not allowed to go fishing, you're not allowed to go to work, you're not allowed to make love, you're not allowed to, when you're basically, once you're there, you're in the house of tattoo. You're banned from doing any regular activities. And afterwards, once you get out, that's a way of like, okay, how do we bring you out to show you out to the whole community, and the whole community will come. And everybody will bring their food. Each village will bring food, the best food that they can make to as part of the celebration. And then what I heard is that they would actually have them walk from village to village, just to have folks, just to show history. Although Fais is not that big, so I guess that's all right. 1 square mile. That's a part of the notes too. I'm kind of map at the bottom. That's also, that is the moon, the faces of the moon. Way of telling the different seasons is by the faces of the moon. This kind of just footnotes is kind of telling, saying about like the last few men on Fais. Because the tattooing, I think, even for there was a period when I think when they were the cave that they were stopped doing the tattooing, and then in the late 50s, not 50s, in the late 30s or 40s, I think that's during the war too, so they kind of didn't stop. Some folks they start again with tattoo after that time. So here, after I did my tattoo, I sent back this video with my wife just to travel back to my island. And then this is the older guy on the island right now. His father was tattooed, and he's my uncle. So he's giving all names of the tattoo parts. So what do you say to the quote? I'm your uncle and talking. And laughing because I didn't get the tattoo. So thank you for bringing it to life. And we should like Serin. There's a lot of ocean and there's also sail. And one also interesting thing that just shows the importance of what a canoe means. Like every joint is a canoe. Here, here, here. Well, because it just shows the how important it is to canoe. Canoe is all right. You can go to the next slide. That's very good. Here, it's actually talking to me and telling me that to thank me for bringing back the tattoo and how important it is for people of the younger generations to see that because what he says a lot like that he couldn't get it at the time. Saying this is part of our culture. This is our culture. This is part of who we are. That we should not forget. Very thankful to have somebody. And also saying that you are the last one that have the tattoo. That nobody else have the tattoo after a whole century. So, when somebody asks me, wow, what makes you to have a tattoo? And it's like, yeah, it's all these people. These are the marks of my ancestors. He's my great grandfather on my mom's side. And my cousin of my grandfather on my dad's side. He was me. I remember he was not able to walk. Not able to walk. So how he get from his house to the beach or to that house is like he had two a piece of wood that he would just sit and then move it as he kind of puts himself sitting down all the way down to the beach. And as kids, we're like coming, we like take away. I would pull that, and he's like really he's known for martial art. He's like one of all these guys are martial arts. Yeah, all he would do was like he could grab he always carry although he's not, he doesn't he always carry not like a fun. We found out why he always carried that stick. You guys remember, you'll figure out, you'll learn something. Yeah, so I stick that like put away from it and just about to run away. Whack me, hold me back, and hold me until and then crying and then until my dad came and then scolded me. So after that, I never and then I started thinking, my mom would take a bowl of soy as food. And I would eat it in the back of the house, so dark. It's one of those memories I never forget. I was scared of it, that every time I go get food, I want to make sure that when I run back, that nothing gets my So what he's making here is actually making coconut ropes from the coconut husk. And one of the things that these guys, because right now, even though I'm proud of race and still is culture, a lot has changed too. The attitude of the kids, the young generations, a lot of these cultural things. Making ropes. My brothers were asking me for ropes. Like, no, man, climb a tree, make a rope. That's because the more rope that you make from the coconut tree, you can last on the island. That's what it's made from. They're made generation is totally different concept. They don't understand that. So that's one of the things that when you get the chance to go home, I try to like, because I work in conservation here, and we're seeing the effects of like native trees and all these trees going down that's impacting not just where they are, but impacting us too. Because when you're once running out of these trees and compounded by the impacts of climate change, like that's how you use your culture too. Because if there's no tree, you stop learning how to carve, you stop using the words, the languages that come with it. Eventually, you forget it. Eventually, the island becomes like, oh, they don't know how to sail anymore. Oh, they don't know how to make the canoes anymore. Oh, they don't even know how to fish anymore. So these are part of our life. We're living on small, tiny little islands. Be able to learn how to fish, be able to garden, also be able to protect what you have around the ocean. Trees, coconut, fruits. Here's all like these are all people that I saw growing up too. Serin is actually that the field note was made so he's the father of that old man in the video, which is he's the brother of my grandfather. And this guy on my father's side, he's the brother of my grandfather. Yeah, he's one of the last guys. He just died in the 1990s. And on my mom's side, it's a cousin of my great grandfather. And on Fais, my name is not the same name as my dad. It's like when you're born, they name you something else. Keeping your genealogy, keeping your ancestors alive. This is who I name Mr. Wolf. He's got too, he's got everything too. And I didn't know that until like I got the picture and I didn't know who he was. And then I show it to actually my mom. He's like, you know who that is? He's like, no, that's you. That's Wolf. Yeah. So I got my name was given to me based on this guy. And yeah, he said, yeah, you were short and handsome. These are the guys. I didn't see these guys, but I heard their name. I think it's and that's the same guy too, Mr. Serin. He's one of the carvers on Fais, or he was. His whole entire family, their responsibility is to build canoe. To this day, his great grandsons are the ones that tradition. Yeah, that's my great grandfather again with his place. After some I don't know, I didn't think that there's no age of fishing at that age. On Fais, they're known for when you're coming on the ship from Yak, you're coming too close to Fais, they slow the ship so far out because the fishing style on Fais, people would fish, they would go out on a haul, but every man has a haul, few haul that you make that's your haul to go out and fish. Just swim it out, and everything on that haul is probably 5 feet. Throwing hooks or anything, rocks, and you swim out. But you swim out so far, you don't see the bottom. So when the ship comes, they're always kind of like, all right, we're at Fais. Slow down the boat so far out. You never know when you come close to a guy swimming with a stick, with a howl. And they even fish shark on us. We're known in Japan. Shark, but also we fish. Shark is considered important because Fais is its geology is it's so when it's Yemen or what we call during the rough season, you can't get out on the canoe. You cannot. So if anybody gets out and fishes shark, that's going to be the whole for the entire. Fishes shark or turtle, it's not for you. It's for the entire island. And I thought for when I was growing up, oh, couldn't get all the best of it. But I came to learn that that was part of the sort of the conservation of like sustainability. Because when they actually get the shark, they split it all the villages or all the homes. On Fais, there's not, it's a single island, so unlike Ifit, where you go there, go to an island, there's like thousands of turtle run. On Fais, it's like a single island in the middle of nowhere. So the turtle comes once a year, something like that. So when they caught a turtle, or I'm not, first of all, I don't hunt turtle here, I respect it, I'm just saying, this is back home. Don't want to get in trouble. Not promoting hunting turtle. So that's part of the diet. That is the natural and meat protein. So you know, turtles and sharks. So and the chief will have to take it so that they can actually distribute it across all the homes. I don't know how that is. So these are other pictures. Just kind of shows you like part of the whole tattoo. Next one. So this is World War II. This is after, right after World War II. There's a guy named Fais. He called himself Fais because he was one of the U.S. Marines that came. His plane got shut down and landed in Fais. The Fais people took it in, and then they saved it. So to this day, he still brings down to Fais to visit. Okay, go back. So this is the chief of Fais at the time when the Americans came to Fais. So this is the lava, and that is part of our curse. That's what you kind of provide as say. And then creating the captain, American boat. So this one right here is just when I was doing the video. Just want to kind of show the progress of my doing my backs. So the story when I first mentioned that what inspired me is all my ancestors, my grandfathers. So when I was like, oh, when I was growing up, how do you get that tattoo? Because even though you see people with the tattoo on, nobody was practicing the tattooing anymore. It was gone for a long time. And so I was like, I want to get that tattoo, but how do you get it? So when I came here, a cousin from Ifit, his picture up here, he just started tattooing. And I just saw some of our cousin getting tattooed by him. I was like, you know what, maybe it's the time I can try this out. So I did, and went and we started doing it at that time. And then I posted part of this picture on my Facebook page. And then Dr. Rubenstein, who did that footnotes, and Trisha, maybe some of you know Trisha Allen, who did they saw those things, and then they contacted me immediately. They're like, are you doing the whole thing? I was like, I think so. I was like, well, you shouldn't be doing it with a rookie. You shouldn't be just having it done. Oh, you know, to me, you know, over here to finish a tattoo like this is pretty expensive. And I was in college at that time. Actually, yeah, I just graduated. Working at Walmart. And yeah, and so they hooked me up with this guy Rocky, he from Tonga, and Siwapi Isaiah. Lonnie is Isaiah's mentee, and then you may see some of Isaiah's work in there. So when we're done, Isaiah never tattooed me because he was doing it the whole time, but he came to perform the ceremony. So each of these pieces was 8 hours. 8 hours. And the thing, I did go the lines that showed earlier. But one of the things that so when I did start doing tapping, you can tell the difference. And I really like doing the tapping talked to him, he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna have to pay for this. This is gonna be my biggest project. And I wanna do this, because he was also going through a process of finding the tau in Tonga as well. So even him and myself were going through to learn about tattooing, because they want to bring back that practice to the Tonga community as well. And so we decided, so well, is it okay if I actually, we do this in a traditional way where I would bring food, bring alcohol, bring beers, bring stuff that I make. And because in Fais, that's what you would do, is your family would provide all of these things to the tattoo artists. Bring their food, they even give out coconut, not just coconut fruits, but the whole coconut tree. Like, that's yours. That's yours. So that's what we did. So he's like, oh, that's actually better. So we did that exchange. Just like every time I showed up for tattooing, I was bringing fresh, cooked, blue, Fais style way, coconut, and all. So we're super appreciative of that. I grow up, but I was hoping that I would drink the hava before we do the tattoo. But it's not the way you thought. You got to drink the hava after the tattoo. So that was after a few months of going back. So 8 hours, and we would wait for about a week to make sure it's all healed. And the next one. So in all total, it was over 5 months. We both have a job too. I was working at nighttime at Walmart and watching my kids through the day. Some of the pictures actually was taken by my kids. And a lot of times we were I work at nighttime, I'm tired, and come and do the tattoo after like maybe 1 hour in, and I'm out. He would literally wake me up after we're done. And that's a cool thing about the tapping, is because at some point it just numbs up. Numbs your whole thing out, and you just kind of feel that in and out and out. Whereas some of the big parts where they would cover with a needle, they're basically scratching your skin, ripping it up back and forth through the cover. So the healing is not as fast as the tapping, and even the pain when you're tapping or tapping is not so long. 1 hour is all, you're knocked out, except for this part. This part, it never numbed. I was hoping it would numb. Because that was the longest part too, even as small, because it was absorbing the ink. Oh, the skin is different. When you learn about the different parts of your body, here and other like breast area, like pain was never numb the whole time. It's like, oh, okay, that's how they do it. So me going through that process was kind of, mentally, also emotionally, it kind of like brings back to what my ancestors were feeling it and what it takes. There's a saying in Fais that means big is short, but showing off part of it is long. Yeah. So that was me videoing myself and doing the tattoo. And this is the part that we're doing. This tattoo. Different pain. And Isaac is from Ecuador, so very he's tattooing, he's also being active. One of my things is I got the tattoo, but I hope that there will be a tattoo artist that can actually perform. I wanted to do it, but I'm not an artist. And I I think you gotta have the right hand, touch, and stuff to do stuff. Okay, I'll do my part. So this is when they're doing the chant. This is the last session. That's the last part that we put it on. Is the middle. So when I was opening my mouth, it was like, so I had to keep my mouth shut. Comes out. And the stretcher, I know I'm not a tattoo artist, but when you do this thing, the stretcher has to be, you need a stretcher, you need somebody to actually, that's a hard work. Because basically the whole time you're trying to look good. Your tense just trying to like put some force and keep the skin. That is the chant. So I was saying that after I was done with the tattoo, I felt like I missed something. Like I get addicted to it. I think we all get addicted to it. But the tattoo, I feel like, oh, what else did I do? There's the last part where you cover your whole thing. Oh, I don't need some skin on. So after it was all done, like I said, I mentioned earlier about how Lottie and Andy, such as we asked if is there a way that you guys do this for us. I know we haven't done this on Fais for a long time, but is there a way in Hawaiian culture or in Hawaiian culture where you guys can do some ceremonies? Like it's important to kind of go to these, and they said we're totally like they wanted to do. So I'll say I flew over here with some of his buddies. Cracked an egg on my head. That's like part of the rebirth. First thing of bring back the tattoo to life again. And here's Betsy, part of my payment to Lottie. It's lava lava. It's not lava lava, it's actually the flag of my island. And weaved by my mom. It's what I paid. It's part of my payment. Presentation what I was saying. We had the whole community came over. We did a little celebration with all of these little kids. They were both taller than Jaden goes to Manoa. Yeah, he flew over and I flew over here. I have to join the dance, I'll learn the dance and join it, but it's our YAP community people. We do international nights and we also show our kids to perform and do all these dances. I think part of my thing for my responsibility is, to me, this is not my own. This is sort of wearing this kind of tells me this is I have a responsibility to do. So when they told me to come here, oh man, everybody I know is having COVID. You know, like, they're coming from Oahu. So even driving to the airport, I wasn't making up. I wasn't sure I was going to come. I parked my car in the parking lot. I'm like, oh, okay, let's walk. I only have my backpack and everything. And just things I decided to go. Okay, I'll go. So yeah, so I feel like it's my this kind of the event where it's an opportunity to share culture, especially to the Micronesian youth, you know, the full scale. My responsibility as a leader for our community is to give back, and for me, you know, I can show this off, but the important part of it is to inspire the next generations, not just to wear the tattoo, but about their culture, about who they are. I think that's important for all of us. Culture. And this is our group of friends and families, people. I mentioned one group beside me, just recognize them. You know, and these are all family and friends that wanted to come and join us. It's our place in Staff, because I'm actually just selling buy a house, and it's somebody just told me that they're buying yesterday, so we're going to that's one. That's where I raised my kids. I plant every trees on that place, bitter nuts, coconut, and all the cultural Pacific trees that I grew up with. So it's like now I got a bigger place. I'm gonna grow more things. So, yeah, this is the Ramadan celebration that the Son of God folks and we have these every year to promote culture within our community, promote education. This is a graduation of all the kids, of our kids in schools from kindergarten, from preschool actually. The first time that we did it, it was actually pretty cool because we had people that graduate from the preschool all the way to doctorate and lawyer. And it was just an amazing thing to kind of see that. So that's a so once we collect all these kids, I collect them. Excuse my translate my place. We back it all the parents and we bring them together and in a cultural attire, and we celebrate them through cultural celebration. Having dance, some of the dancing, wear the attires. Because I think it's important, especially when this is home away from home to a lot of people. A lot of our kids are actually born here. So, and part of my responsibility is to make sure that they have some connection with their culture. Even for me just to show up and take off my shirt and show up like that too is important for those kids to see. Because one thing I learned is that when I went back home after I hit the tattoo, the young generation didn't even know it was from me. And that is part of this, that is the scary thing. It's like, because I was, oh, where's that tattoo from? Yeah. But the elders, they know. And in fact, the elders were so appreciative. One of the older ladies that just passed away actually. And her husband was the last two ones that actually died. She was old, but I think she was there, but she thought that was her husband. When I walked in, she walked up to me and just hand on my chest went off on a chant. Apparently somebody told me it was a love chant. But they used to that about the chant because she died when I was having. It's like they're old ones. Now later that her son gave her his oh, my mom thought you were the husband. Because he thought he saw you. And that's just kind of to me, different things that I've learned from that is that it's like how important it is to keep those kind of connections. But it's also how important it is not to forget. I think forgetting a big part of it is the part of losing our culture. And when I went and the kids did not recognize that, it just shows like that when things are not being practiced, they're not there, that eventually all gone. And even my island is still very traditional, so people are farming and fishing, but a lot has changed as well. And they're liking things like when you live on a small island, you like things that you hold there. It's made in America. They like the shirt, they like the kid, and to me, it's like I've been away from home and I've seen the things that are kind of for the Hawaiian culture, they're reviving the culture. And in Micronesia, we're still going in that from where we're still haven't hit the bottom to learn how like 40 days ago. And I think when you're outside the box, you're looking, I feel like that's part of what I'm seeing. It's like how you're seeing that things are changing. When you're in it, you don't really realize how things are changing. And, culture change is a natural phenomenon. It'll keep going, but if we're part of the change is also you can change it back. It doesn't have to be all changed one way. Here, that's also part of my responsibilities. Get out there and celebrate. I heard this month, 2 months ago, Uncle Serin. We're doing, I know you guys know him. He's a very knowledgeable Hawaiian practitioner of Kaiwiʻula, which is passed away 8 years back. we went to do a celebration for the Heritage Month, Nohnon, and he was there. It's like, hey, I'm gonna do a talk on call. Is it okay that you do the comedy of the cover and I will kind of give the story? Oh man, this Jerry continuity. Yeah, of course. I'll sit right there and do it. So this is what happened right here. 1,000 years back. And these are the roots, or my cover roots. I just harvested those things, so that's why that's all right. Sudan, Kamagar, Palauan, Isochal, Malo, Ulo, Babekai, it's all Baha'u'llah across the Pacific. Thank you.
So much that was really insightful for a lot of us. I think really captured so much wisdom that you have and all the research you did to getting your markings. I think I just have one question as we are getting really close to closing the festival for today. But first, I just want to thank you all for being here and listening to this incredible wise man sharing his journey, like really taking us through that process. Because for me as a Samoan, I think the question that came to me, and I want to give Jeremy an opportunity to stay with you all if you have any other questions, because I do have to go on and close in a few minutes. But I think when you shared about, worrying about the youth forgetting who they are, right? So for me, I'm a first generation Samoan, I was born in Japan because my father was in the Navy, so raised here in Hawaii, very grateful for that. But the thing is, there's a disconnect with your home, right? And although I grew up very cultured in my household, there was always this, for the Samoans, is the pea and the malu, right? And so for us, so many of us are outside of Samoa now. It's sort of everywhere, right? But there's still a lot of us, like myself included, who feel sometimes we're not enough to get the markings, right? So I think when you raise about the concern about youth forgetting who they are, what would you say to the youth that maybe want to get the markings? Whether they are in Fais or in Yap or here in Oahu or around in the States, they want to get the markings. What can they do with your suggestions and your wisdom? What can they do? What can you suggest to them that they? What kind of, I guess, words of wisdom would you offer them that if they wanted to get it and they don't feel like they're enough, what would you say to those kids? Please.
Oh, thank you for that question. Well, I have 2 kids here, and then my college boy Jay, who's supposed to Nohnon, came back and had a tattoo. I'm like, what is that? And he's like, he's trying to explain what it is. Tiger, it's you and mom. Like, was it Chinese calendar? Like, mom, tiger, I'm right. Oh, is that really okay? What about you want something you would have like that too? Because he's like scared of people. Like you can look at this and say you can just say, oh man, I don't know if I want to be able to get on that. That's what I was thinking. I still all the man because how much time it gets into it, how much it's an investment. But I think what I would say is like maybe the question is not so much if you're already enough, but I feel like some of that too is very still very true. We're still practicing all of that. And I think that also has sort of into that. So for my dad, it's also back in the days, you get the tattoo, you have to be of the age where you can be real fast. Some of the folks that got the tattoo about teenagers, they did it as when they were sort of like when you passed. So I guess that's impressive for that. So when I was decided to get my tattoo, is after I graduated college and I was working for the nonprofit, I had that question in my mind too, because I know from my studies I learned that you have to do this, you have to great fisherman, you have to be a great fighter, martial artist, things like that. I know a little bit of fishing, but I'm not a fisherman. But in the context of this new world, I think that has a little different meaning because of our work. I have work to do. I don't go fish every day. But I don't do that kind of stuff. So in the context of like, if you want to keep tradition going, people are inspired to get that to you. And also, I think it's also important that when you get on that, that you have to take its own responsibility. That's what I would say to anybody from Micronesia or from Yap, because even in Micronesia, this is more kind of in that other islands, kind of from Ruthie to Fais, and then main island. Because each of the different islands. I feel like that to be able to get that, it's like you have to, I feel like it still has to go through that transfer. It's a responsibility. It's not just when you put this on,
Please give me one round of applause for joining me. Please, but thank you for your time. We're gonna close out the Afro Festival on the Great Lawn, but you're welcome to come, but you're also welcome to stay with Jeremy and ask any questions you have. But thank you again. Thank you so much for next time. I'll text you. Okay. Thank you.
All right, that was truly informative. That was very, very detailed. I hope you folks enjoyed that presentation there. And I believe we have videos joining us and Kathy. We're waiting on Kathy to join us in a bit.
Hey, thank you. That was a great story from Jeremy. I'm right here. We're back on the lawn. Hopefully, we can also have someone or Filios from the lawn to be on Zoom, so we can all have different views from different sites on Zoom for our online. Oh, there he is. He just waved.
There he is. He's hiding behind the bush there. He's being
exactly.
Incognito.
Cognito, yeah.
Well, that was I really enjoyed that presentation. Kathy, what do we have coming up next?
Well, we have
I believe it's an old friend of mine.
Going on, what's going on the lawn with the band? The band was playing during lunch hour. We're supposed to be back here with Filios and Tammy. call on other representatives or VIPs. We have people from Judiciary. We have people from American Red Cross. So just for these people to come in and I guess, talk about their booths or what their program that they have brought to the event today. So can we have Tammy and Filios? Filios, can you hear us? Okay,
He's
our
busy being Mr. Aloha.
on mute. Makana, can you're on mute, so maybe there you go. Now we can hear some noise. Have some noise.
Let's go interview Tammy.
Okay, we're gonna close out the on-site festival soon. I think they're getting ready.
Okay, all right. So our time in Hawaii is 1:47 p.m.
He's gonna wash it. Can you please grab it? Because I forgot to grab it. They just like grab it.
So nice to see the kids running.
Yes.
All right. For those who haven't gotten their vaccine, please come on down to Project Vision's tent. We got Moderna, we got Pfizer, we got first and second shots, we got boosters, we got Kinki's shots. They're free. So come on down. If you haven't taken it, come get it. We got free testing kits we are giving out, and we also have masks. They're free. We are also doing testing. It's free. So everything today is free. Only over here at Project Vision 10. So we are closing in 5 minutes. So we're doing a last call. If you haven't gotten your booster shot or COVID shot, come on down. We'll get you over here. Thank you. Let's give it up for Project Vision. Thank you.
So it's funny, last call for shots had a different meaning a few years ago.
We're waiting for
the close. They're just gonna wrap up, I think, with the kids.
So, Kathy, maybe we should start closing out. Looks like everything's winding down a little bit. So I think we're pretty much ending the virtual festival. We'd like to give thanks and acknowledgement.
So what happened?
the Bishop
They're going to
Museum.
close out the lawn, and then we move into the storytelling virtually.
The virtual storytelling.
Yeah.
Okay. But let's go ahead and give some acknowledgements to the Bishop Museum, the East-West Center Arts Program, the Pacific Island Development Program, of course, the Center for Pacific Island Studies, my alma mater, and the Micronesian community leaders and members for organizing this event. I think it was a wonderful event. And again, we've overcome the challenges and we've faced them with rigor, and we've produced something that is available for everyone, whether we're in Hawaii or not. And I think it was such a wonderful event. So thanks to all the participants, thanks to all the organizers. It's been truly a wonderful event.
Yes. And I echo that. Thank you all. They're supposed to be, or there is a panel lining up. After this, we're supposed to move into the virtual and then do the panel online by they call it Micronesia, Micronesia educational resources for all. And our friend, I have to say your last name correct.
Falskra.
Falkra.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, it's a tricky one, you know.
So welcome, Polly, and whenever you're ready, take it away.
Okay, I think we'll need just a couple more minutes for our panelists to arrive since we're scheduled to start right at 2. But I just want to say thank you so much for your beautiful moderation, Kathy and Kaiwiʻula. You guys have been so wonderful today. It's been so fun to follow along with you folks.
I just want to say I have mango. Kaiwiʻula. I don't think Kaiwiʻula has mango on outside his house. Kaiwiʻula, mango.
No, we get them imported from Chuk. So
exactly.
We found some mangoes the other day from Chuk. Polly, but thank you. It's been a pleasure. It's like I said, you know, technology allows us to be able to join in from very far away, and we are a very close community, whether it's in our own home country or with other Pacific Islanders, and it's always a blessing. It's always a treasure to be able to, you know, hang out and just talk story and do whatever it is that we want to do, but always building that relationship. So it was great, and I thank you folks for you know, putting things together, and thank you to everyone basically, and thank you very much for allowing us, Kathy and myself, and taking that risk and allowing us to be the virtual MCs.
Yeah, what is your time, Kaiwiʻula?
Right now it is we're 12 o'clock right now, or close to 12 o'clock.
You're close to 12 o'clock. My time is 9:54 a.m.
So it's
so you
almost
guys
10
had
a.m.
a nice break for breakfast, or you guys have been here all day. Have you had any rest?
I got breakfast at 5 o'clock, breakfast at 8. Breakfast at
That's the way to do it.
yeah, so but I see some of our friends from Best Press, David, and one of our storytelling, Vicky. So
yeah, Vicky will be helping us moderate. And then it looks like Rita has signed on too. So we're just waiting for one more panelist, or 2 more from Tauranga Marianas. So almost ready. Thinking back to today, do you guys have a favorite part of the event, or a favorite performance, or a moment that you'll hold on to?
Oh, my favorite, the Kiribati. From Kiribati, and like I said earlier, we have to remember that Kiribati and Nauru are part of Micronesia. They only are excluded in the Kopa nations. They are not Kopa nations, but they are our sisters and brothers in our region, and they do recognize that in their own country, that they are Micronesians, and that's why they're with us today. But we're hoping and we're working hard to get our Nauru for the next coming celebration of Micronesia.
Right. I'm gonna have to agree with you. I like the Kiribati dancers. And just a side note, here in the Marshall Islands, there's a large Kiribati community here, simply because of the proximity to the islands from the Marshalls. So it's a fabulous community here. There are people from across Micronesia, and the Kiribati people are noticeably a little bit larger group than others, but I think the dancing was my favorite part. And it was good to see a lot of the familiar faces too, enjoying themselves out there at Bishop Museum. Just it almost made me feel like I was there, or out at least down the street, joining in. So definitely.
And again, to shout out to our online viewers, we have someone from Florida. And earlier I was doing a special shout out to his mom, Patricia Wheaton, but he's been, staying with us since we opened up the Celebrating Micronesia this morning. And shout out to him, Jason. Shout out to you, you're listening.
Are we still broadcasting live? Yeah, I guess we are.
Yeah,
so,
I think we're just about ready. We almost have all of our panelists here in the room. And thank you so much for your comments. I totally appreciate what you were just saying, Kathy, and I agree the dancing was incredible. And I also loved the performance by Pacific Voices, the Keiki. They did such a wonderful job. They're so amazing. Such a beautiful day that we've all been able to share so far. Right before we get started, I just wanted to reiterate some rules and requests for people to be respectful and kind. So I'll just read through these really quickly just before we begin the panel, if that's all right. So since we're being live streamed on multiple social media sites, we ask viewers to follow the following rules of engagement. Please remain positive, friendly, and welcoming. Be respectful and inclusive. Please participate in questions and comments if you are uncomfortable. Avoid disruptive speech or behavior that interferes with another individual's participation, and please avoid unacceptable behavior such as intimidating, harassing, abusive, discriminatory, derogatory, or demeaning conduct. So I just wanted to get that out of the way first, really quick. And it's just about 2 o'clock. So if our panelists are okay with it, we might get started. Does that sound okay to you, Vicky and Kathy and Kaiwiʻula and everyone else? Okay, I see some nodding. So I just want to take another moment to say thank you so much to Kathy and Kaiwiʻula for all of your wonderful moderation today. And now I'll take a moment to introduce myself. Aloha mai kako. I'm Foley Falsgraf. I am the Outreach Director for the Center for Pacific Island Studies. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce you to Vicky J. Lucan. Vicky is from YAP and is pursuing a BA in Communications at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Following completion of her bachelor's, she hopes to pursue a master's in Pacific Island Studies. And she is the Outreach Director for the Pan-Pacific Association and one day plans to write a book. It's my pleasure to introduce Vicky. She's wonderful. So I'll pass it over to her now. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you, Foley. Is my audio okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Aloha and Molifin. I'm pleased to introduce 3 inspiring organizations that have been working to expand educational resources by Micronesia for Micronesia. Our panel will involve short presentations by each panelist, followed by moderated Q&A at the end when all presentations are done. I'm excited to begin by introducing Rita Nauta of Guapedia. Part of the Galade, Diaz, and Kotla clans of Santa Rita and ancestral village of Sumai, Guam, Rita Pangilinan Nauta has been serving as Managing Director for Guampedia.com since 2011. Highlighting the unique history of Guam and the cultural heritage of the Mariana Islands since 2009, Guampedia.com strives to provide a comprehensive, accessible resource to accurately describe and place the island's vast heritage in the local and global consciousness, and execute strategies to create resources and programs of quality and integrity. Rita, you may begin when you are ready.
Half a day. If I can share screen.
You should be able to share screen. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Sizus Masi, thank you very much, Vicki, for that introduction. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to take a moment to pay respect to our creator, our Asaina, and to all our Manyaina, our ancestors, Iman Mofutna, who came before us, the people of the land in Hawaiʻi and across our region of Micronesia, to acknowledge with gratitude their gifts to us, and in turn that they give us light, Ina, to guide us, Talanihit, and to watch over us, Pulinhit, as we navigate forward. Asaina, Manyaina, Inaham, Pulanham, Tatalani Motna, Ifamaguun Mitsu. Aloha, Ali, Kasalelia, Lenwo, Lokwe, Maui, Mogeten, Tiro, Zenhafide. I'm truly grateful to be and honored to be part of this year's Celebrate Micronesia's Festivals virtual program. And to mahalo to the Center for Pacific Islands and the East-West Center Pacific Islands Development Program for having me. Guampedia has been on a community-based project. We just turned 14 years this past April. As a nonprofit organization, our operations have been supported by the government of Guam and the University of Guam. We exist to provide a comprehensive, freely accessible resource to help educate our local and global community and to increase opportunities for the enlightenment of our people, allowing us to chart our destiny. The primary objectives of the Guampedia project revolve around education, preservation, and access. As an online educational resource, we really strive to accurately describe and place the island's vast heritage in the local and global consciousness, and executing strategies to create resources and programs of quality and integrity through which current and future generations can document and preserve the multifaceted history and cultural heritage. For me personally, growing up on Guam, my parents taught me who we were as a people, speaking our indigenous language at home, living off the land, and instilling our Chamoru cultural values through our way of doing and our way of being. After voyaging to California for about 10 years for high school and college, I realized and became more appreciative of my cultural identity, our way of knowing, our way of being. Flash forward to 2004, I was introduced to the concept of the Guampedia project, creating an online encyclopedia about Guam's cultural history and cultural heritage. At the time, we didn't even have a museum, and learning Guam's history was limited to a class in Guam's public high schools, at the community college, and the university. And that's what really hooked me on this project, which was just a concept at the time. And so it's been an epic journey these past 12 years on this Guampedia voyage. And especially at the onset of COVID, I realized that it continues to be fostering a culture of connecting, in particular for providing our island's youth access to culturally relevant programs and resources, from text with photographs to knowledgeable voices, to strengthen their connections to our island's unique sense of place, fostering stewardship and preserving sites, and transmitting stories to agency and charting our destiny. With about 1,200 written entries, they are peer-reviewed, fact-checked, and more than 3,500 images and numerous EPUBs. Students and educators are able to utilize these entries as reliable source materials, and our For Further Reading sections can also be used to direct research projects. Since 2015, we have been working to expand our content into greater Micronesia, especially with the composition of Guam's classrooms having approximately 20% of our students from greater Micronesia. When Guam was gearing up to host the 12th Festival of Pacific Arts, we wanted to prepare our local community, in particular, our students, for this event. So we received grant funding for the special section, People of Pacific Cultures, or Pop Cultures. Featuring a regional map of Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia, it contains entries of the islands, introducing our students to other islands in the Pacific, and reminding our local students that Guam is very much a part of Micronesia. In 2019, we were officially endorsed by the Guam's Public School Board as an educational resource in the classroom. So we created the Educators Portal. We currently have about 80 plus lesson plans focused on connecting past to present and future. We were able to add on 15 lesson plans within the Micronesian context through a collaboration spearheaded by Dr. Mary Hattori, such as this one on understanding the culture and people of Micronesia. In 2019, we created the Micronesia Milestones Timeline. We launched the timeline with 183 milestones, featuring the histories of the islands in our region and juxtaposing them with world events, with the blue indicating Micronesia and purple for world events. It spans 4,000 years, and our intent is to add more milestones as we build our network throughout the region. And the interactive component of the timeline are links to relevant Guampedia entries. Timeline application in the classroom can range from using it in social studies classes to begin teaching Micronesia's history, or ways for students to explore key events in their own island's history, or as a jumping off point for historical reports. And for more advanced classes, it can be used to demonstrate cause and effect between our region and world events. Our board director and assistant professor at the university, Terry Perez, also produced a lesson plan for the timeline, connecting personal history to the histories of others. And so this is available in that section. Finally, in an effort to connect and foster intergenerational transmission of knowledge, we created Voices of Our Elders section. This is to foster the teaching of cultural values and history throughout the lives of actual individuals who have lived through these events. And it's also important for us to do this section. We wanted to help in disestablishing the notion that oral histories are not legitimate historical resources. They are extremely legitimate. They're rich because they're actually coming directly from the voices of people that lived during that time. Lessons can focus around having students emulate the examples of these videos and seek out their own elders for knowledge. Last year, I just started interviewing elders from Palau and the FSM. And again, like the Micronesia Milestones timeline, we really want to continue adding on voices of our elders throughout Micronesia. And so some of the topics within our Voices of Our Elders span from living life on the ranch or the lansu, our farm, to experiences from World War II. These are all different aspects and topics that we cover and that we continue to add on as the content is made available. And so all of these materials, all of these resources are available on Guampedia and freely accessible. Our Micronesia region features amazing, one-of-a-kind natural wonders, from the unique formation of Chuk's Lagoon, Balau's Rock Islands, the Marshall's largest atoll in the world, the deepest ocean in the Marianas. Our region is rich in history, deeply rooted in cultural heritage. We have 4,000 years of research and development in island sustainability. And especially now as our world faces the threat of a lot of issues especially within our region with the tides rising, it's so important. And I think that our region has so much to teach the world about sustainability. And so with that, I welcome you to explore Guampedia, our Micronesia Milestones section, and all the different resources. And we are committed to continuing to add more content, especially covering Greater Micronesia. And so Sizos Maasi to everyone and having me part of this panel, Biba Micronesia.
Thank you, Rita, for your presentation. We will now move on to the next presenter. Any questions you may have in the audience, please hold on to them until the Q&A at the end. I will introduce our next panelist. Born on Guahan, Andrew Gumatautau came from the village of Aganya and Talafofo. In addition to co-founding Tadong Marianas, he is currently a doctoral researcher in a project entitled Sound Knowledge, where he listens to how performing arts groups and musicians, through their embodied practices in music making, create narrative medicine that addresses colonial trauma. Samantha Marley Barnett is a third-year PhD student in the Indigenous Politics program at UH Manoa. She is a native Chamoru from the island of Guahan in the Marianas Archipelago. Samantha is the co-founder of Tadong Marianas and currently serves as the project manager for Protect Guam Water, an indigenous youth leadership program dedicated to protecting Guam's land and resources and water resources. Samantha's doctoral work engages with Chamoru liberation and rationality across the archipelago, challenges to U.S. militarism and legend as ancestral memory. Samantha and Andrew, you are welcome to begin.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Afade Auntie Rita, fellow panelists on this virtual meeting. I just want to give a warm Hafaday from Santa Rita in the island of Guam. And so today we'll be talking about a project / collective that we organized called Todung Marianas. And so Todung in the Chamorro language means deep or profound, or really something that touches the heart. So this is just a concept that we as a group came up with. All right. And so sort of to contextualize where the project is based in. So we're currently based in the island of Guam, the southernmost island in the Marianas Archipelago. And what we did in our project is we decided how important it is, dovetailing off of Auntie Rita's emphasis on oral histories as a real stronghold of how we perpetuate histories of ourselves. And so we traveled to the islands of Roda or Luta, Tinian, Saipan. These are the main populated islands in the Marianas, although there are populations in the northern islands. But we, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we decided to really amplify the voices of our people during these trying times. And we interviewed key members in the community who have had important positions such as mayors or historians, musicians. You'll see if you watch our short film, music was really the binding fabric that really weaved our stories together, sort of to really pose to ourselves what does a Mariana story look like currently? Yeah.
Right. So we produced this film project during the COVID-19 pandemic. And part of our goal, as Andrew was saying, and building from what Auntie Rita was saying as well, is really uplifting the importance of our oral histories, song and storytelling traditions across the archipelago. So a bit about our group. Andrew and myself were the project directors. We coordinated the interview and oversaw the project as a whole. We also worked closely with Lawrence Lozama as our producer, and Aaron Santos as the director of photography. So we are a collective of Chamorro artists, activists, scholars, and filmmakers. Our mission through producing this media project was both to foster deeper connections between communities throughout our archipelago. We are one people, one culture, although we've been politically divided today. A big part of our efforts was working on overcoming those borders. And I think also something unique about producing this project during the time of the pandemic, when a lot of us were kind of turning inwards. We were undergoing more like lockdowns and restrictions. The challenge of conducting these interviews safely, but also just really wanting to offer something of beauty and value to our people as we undergo kind of a time of hardship of remembering where we come from, using our songs and stories kind of as a place of refuge. So our goal was to create this media project about Mariana's identity by amplifying the voices of island artists and community members, and also really working to inspire our youth to continue these traditions. So in many senses, the project truly was intergenerational. We were really blessed with the opportunity to engage closely with our elders, kind of capture their life narratives through the interviews and through the film project. And we also produced a number of kind of different musical online concerts, kind of grappling with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. We really wanted to use our group and our collective and the resources that we had. We were really generously funded by Humanities Guahan and the Northern Marianas Humanities Council to produce kind of these online concerts that also help to bring our people together and celebrate what makes us who we are. So the first one here was Sanheetsang session. This was filmed outdoors in our backyard. We had a number of local musicians come together, and this was during Mes Chamorro, so during our Chamorro Heritage Month. It was really kind of an important event to celebrate our culture and language through song. We also produced Todong Marianas and Friends. This was kind of a Christmas concert, and it also served as a virtual fundraiser to help us fund Chamorro language experts who were able to transcribe and produce subtitles for the film. So all of the proceeds from that Christmas concert went directly to funding that effort. And finally, our film project, and that was sort of the accumulation of the series of interviews and songs that we filmed throughout the course of the project, moving through the archipelago. That's available on YouTube. We have the link that we shared here. So we encourage you all to check that out and kind of hear from our participants. So what we're gonna do now is just briefly play a clip. This was kind of a teaser that was put together from the film, and you'll get to see and hear from a few of our participants.
So we need to grab the will ourselves and say, you know, it's valuable for us to maintain our language. It's valuable for us to maintain our tradition. It's valuable for us to maintain our culture and make sure that we do what we can. It behooves all of us. We all need to be invested in this effort to maintain us as maintain our culture and our values and traditions. So that's what I'd like to appeal to our people, is to invest the time now, because it's a lot easier to perpetuate what you have now than to try and revive something you've lost, you know, and try to look around and find it. Do it now before it's too late.
Inaanho si Francis Mary Manibusan Sabuan.
Si James Cruz Bamba. Melcher Mindiola.
Sinta Matulay Kaitat.
Si Agustin Matulay Kaitat. It's a nickname Gus.
Inaanho si Roman Jr. Tudela Yapujidu.
John Joseph Reception. So maaga to distinct. Ito na pagding dete.
Off a day. Tuao Sanji Kumatasa.
Samantha Barnett.
Aaron Santos.
Lawrence Azama.
And we are Todong Marianas, a group of young Chamorro scholars, activists, artists, and filmmakers. We are currently producing a project that documents the stories of musicians, cultural practitioners, and community members across the Marianas. Our group's mission is to foster deeper connections among our island peoples throughout the archipelago.
We believe that by maintaining our relationships with one another and sharing our stories of place, we can provide a sense of strength and resilience.
Our community needs stories of hope and pride during these challenging times.
To support this project and help bring these stories to life, please visit the link in our bio for our GoFundMe page. Share up your Nana, your Costa, your Prim, your Par, your Tsepu. Share it, man.
Yes, and so that was our teaser, if you will. I just wanted to point out the woman in the beginning of the preview. Her name is Sinta Matagolay Kaipat, and she is one of the first. She is the first, rather, Revitalization lawyer, and she was born in the northern island of Agrihan, raised in Pagan, and so she was a staunch advocate for the northern islands during, a very tumultuous time when the northern islands were being slated for target practice, for bombing practice, and so I'm really happy to share that that has since been scrapped for the time being. But we as a people of throughout our archipelago really need to share our stories and to work together. And so it's really profound to listen to her and her unique stories, along with her brother, who is a musician. She's also a songwriter too, and so they talk about that too in our film. And so, like Samantha was saying, we really had a unique challenge working with our interviewees, our elders, throughout the pandemic. And so you can see Lawrence Lazama and myself here, we're social distance at Sagin Kuturan Chamoru in Tumuning. And so the sort of, I think, urgency for our people to hear these stories of how we are resilient was very much needed throughout this pandemic.
And just briefly, since we're running out of time, we wanted to share a few of our other participants. So up here we have Gus and Sinta performing one of their original songs. We also spoke with Melcher Mendiola, former mayor of Rota, Melvin Wanpat Borja, who is a slam poet and also the current director of Guam's Commission on Decolonization. And then we have JJ Conception, a musician, and Francis Sablon, who is a cultural practitioner,
Yes.
and heads a few dance groups as well. So yeah, I think just to conclude, something that was really meaningful for us doing this project as sort of younger storytellers and who are really kind of invested in uplifting these traditions for our future generations as well, was for some of us in our group, it was our first time to be able to travel throughout the archipelago. So to be able to see the beauty of all of our islands and connect with musicians and cultural practitioners from across our archipelago, I think was really powerful. And we're really, really proud to be able to share the resources and the interviews that we've collected. Like we said earlier, they're all available to watch for free on YouTube if you look up Taurang Marianas and visit our channel. And then just briefly spotlighting the,
Yeah, sure. So I challenged myself to conduct the interviews in tomorrow, and so sort of the legwork that goes into conducting interviews in a non-dominant language and then transcribing it, translating it. I really I'm so thankful for Roman Tadella and Franz Song for working with them, and so this was another important layer of language work too. And so just to briefly add, I think another, in addition to oral histories, finding out your relations, who you're related to in the island is very important for us as indigenous peoples. This is my great grandma who was born in the late 1800s, and through my Cabrera clan, I was trying to connect the dots and find out more of a deeper connection with the other islands where I didn't grow up with, but had more connections. And so how we as young people go out into our islands and make these connections is very much a really educational experience, finding out these stories of place, who you're related to, and the stories that come along with them is, I think, one of the most important experiences that you can get out of doing community grant work that helps that helps foreground our voices. And so, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I know we're running out of time, but thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Andrew and Samantha, for your wonderful share and presentation. We will invite the next presenter. And any questions you have for Samantha and Andrew, you may hold on to it for the Q&A at the end. David DeLuca is currently the Director of Publishing and COO of Best Press, Inc., one of Honolulu's leading educational and general trade book publishers. Today, the publishing company has expanded to include an online learning platform, distribution, and managing collaborative media projects with other businesses and community organizations. David is also the co-owner of the shop Books Plus Curiosities, a local independent bookstore and events space. David serves on the board of directors for Hawaii Public Radio and was previously chairman for the Hawaii Book and Music Festival and served as president to the Hawaii Book Publishers Association, all 501c3 nonprofits. Please welcome David to begin his presentation.
Aloha, Maikako. Thank you, Vicky, for that nice introduction. And wow, so inspiring to hear from the first two sets of panelists. It's really amazing to see what the work is that is being done and that's being fostered in our global community of Oceania, and the touchstones of how we can each start to become a little bit better connected and knowledgeable of each other and the Native communities that have really fostered this sense of who we are as a collective community of people, as humanity. And I think I might be maybe the only one out of all the panelists that had the unique pleasure of physically being at the Micronesia Day Festival this morning at Bishop Museum on the grounds. So I was right behind that live camera view from where all the performances were happening, when I can say that it was a wonderful scene. There was a lot of positive engagement. There was a lot of wonderful dialogue that was taking place. And it's so cool to see how we've been able to maneuver into having this combination of both physical on-site and virtual interactions. So what I'm going to do is share a brief video as an introduction to who Best Press is and our 43-year history, to put a little bit more context on the role that we play, because we really are, I think, unique in comparison to our first two presenters as being the conduit for working with content experts, cultural practitioners, scholars, filmmakers, artists, you name it. We are the professional resource for folks to come together to help take that content that's being generated and created by content experts and folks that are living, breathing the indigenous wisdom that they're seeking to share and foster. And so our video introduction, I think, will give a little bit greater context of who we are and the sort of community that we've carved out here in Hawaii, and as an extension to the broader community of Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia.
I moved here after meeting my wife, Ann Rayson, on a bookmobile in Little Rock, Arkansas. And 2 weeks later, she had been offered a position to teach at the University of Hawaii. So the two of us in 1979 decided to start Best Press. We did so in great part because we were both socially and politically active during the 60s, and the Hawaiian Renaissance had just started. And also the state itself having a constitutional convention mandating that Hawaiian history, language, and culture be taught in the schools.
The work that we do is very much a collaborative and shared experience. And I think that the thing that's really stood out over the years is the depth of individuals we've been able to work with. The authors, the illustrators, the editors, the designers. These are all people who make up the collective, ohana and family of what Best Press represents.
I met my dad officially when I was 13. My mom and him separated when I was 4. And I just remember always trying to find my voice. I remember my dad giving me one of these books, and I wasn't allowed to speak super pidgin growing up, even though I grew up in Kalu. My mom was pretty strict, pronouncing my words properly, and then my dad is like full mo, you know? I feel like when I got to know him in that context, I started to become more like aware of like, oh, bro, that's where I come from. This is truly like the Bible of linguistics. And it feels right that Fitted is able to contribute to the commentary that Pidgin has so blessed us with for 40 years. And we're very thankful to be a part of the legacy of Pidgin to the max.
It's great working for Best Press because they allow me to do the illustration and the design of my books. So I have a lot of creative freedom. I really enjoyed working on Hush Little Keiki because it was a challenge to figure out how to create a layered illustration. My friend has a child who's like 1.5, and she loves the book so much that when they travel, they have to take it with them everywhere.
Well, I basically grew up with Best Press. I mean, Best Press is 40 years old. I'm 63. I came home somewhere in my 20s. When I first started Native Books, I went to Hawaii Island and worked on a series of board books, Say It in Hawaiian, and Buddy published them. Best Press has been a really, really important partner for community. Both Anne and Buddy, their interests, they came in and really saw the need for educational publishing, so they offered a lot of material that was thoughtful, properly edited and presented. Their books have stood the test of time, and then getting into trade titles, working with local authors and writers, and now they have the shop, so it's another way to reach out into community. They've been a very constant and needed voice in the publishing community here in Hawaii.
One of the things that people don't really know about Best Press is that we are an educational book publisher as well as a general interest or a popular trade publisher. A lot of people recognize us for the children's books, the biography, the memoirs, the gift books that we put out there. But really, we were founded on developing educational titles, and we still do that.
As I've gotten older, I tend to think back to the roots and of where we started with educational publishing, and the fact that I have 4 grandchildren now, and how important ideas, reading, literacy are. And I think holding a child and reading a book and feeling the development and the interest in that is the strongest emotions.
So I hope that that was able to provide a descriptive and comprehensive summary of who we are at Best Press. And one of the things that we've begun to do as a real focus of our publishing program, especially over the last couple of years, and how we've seen the global health pandemic that we're all experiencing and all being impacted by in different ways, is figuring out how we can become a better partner in amplifying Native voices. And we've been able to see that with the technological assets that we've been using over the last handful of years, that it's become opportunity for us to be more connected and to figure out ways that we can package and produce and deliver content to the various communities that represent the Pacific region. And that gets all the way down to being able to deliver educational resources and materials to an atoll that might have 30 students all in one classroom in one building, one room classroom, one school setting, and try to figure out the best way to continue to foster and engender partnerships, not only with community, but with nonprofit organizations and with institutions that have particular focuses or particular niches in certain areas, but that can work with us in order to make that content and materials available to the broader region. And so one of the things that we've made it a big deal to do inside of our program is to really start focusing on Native language and Native voice and trying to target students at an early childhood level and all the way up to a secondary and even post-secondary level of providing native language resources to those individuals to discuss topics of a past nature, a present nature, and hopefully can be interwoven into casting a bigger picture and idea of what our future might be like. And one of those items that we've done over the last few years is something called Island Readers. And the Island Readers is become sort of a very Pacific language oriented set of books to help teach young students, really children between the ages of 0 and 8, of how to learn to read in their native language, and to really foster this idea that languages, that we all begin as oral speakers, right? We all begin with the idea of communicating orally and conversing with one another. And then when it comes to being able to put those words down into learning how to write, letters and put letters together to make words, that we really feel a sense of responsibility to be able to deliver these kinds of materials in native languages for the appropriate communities of where they can be accessed. And so one of these particular areas of focus has been to target readers that we can combine in place-based settings, right? Areas that we can start to adapt to things that might be common in our various island settings, right? Not everything can be done like that 100%, but start to roll and start to find themes that can be easily identified and presented to students, so they might have a better ability to start absorbing and accessing content in language acquisition. And this is a major effort that's underway in this particular project in this series here with Island Readers. This entire Island Readers series is done to comprise of 40 books in each one of these particular languages, with the next set of books becoming available in Chamoru, Kosraean, Pohnpeian, and so on. And so this is a big deal for us that we find is a common thread and a common need, not just throughout Micronesia, but also in Hawaii, and the growing communities of folks coming from different nations and territories throughout the Micronesian region into the Hawaii community here, and even on the US mainland. So we've sort of been a little bit of the bridge in connecting this content with those communities on the US mainland, and particularly in public school systems across the states of Arkansas, Kansas, Oregon, in addition to Hawaii. And another effort that is not unrelated to what we learned with on the Guampedia presentation is this online resource that we have been developing over the years called Moana Akea, which is really our initiative to really kind of connect the lay of knowledge from around Oceania together through this concept of our uniqueness in association through Moana, through water, through ocean. And one of the things that this online resource does is it connects interactive content with that of topical information related to the Pacific as a whole, right? And a major effort is underway to take this material and make it accessible in both an online and offline format, but also allow users to be able to tap into modern day resources that are coming from different news publications and media outlets from around the Pacific and from around Hawaii as well, in addition to being able to access news articles. One of the main things is being able to access videos that relate to various topics that are really sort of top of mind, things like language, things like modern day politics, environment, sociology, geography, and so on and so forth. So Moana Akea is a resource that is been built for accessibility with teachers and students. In this next year, there's a whole component where all of this material will start to also become available for community use and community acquisition as well. And some folks have really become to know Best Press for a lot of the Pacific Island content that we've generated for use over the years. And so this is just a little bit of a vision of where we've come from, where it is that we are currently, and where it is that we're heading. So it's been great to see and to learn about some of the other initiatives and efforts that have been taking place. And we feel honored to be some sort of a contributor to perpetuating Native voices that are coming out of Oceania, both outside and inside of Hawaii. So thank you, mahalo.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much to all our panelists for all they do and for taking this opportunity to share stories and educational resources with us today. Now we will open the floor to questions and reactions, responses from the audience or panel or other panelists. You may enter your question in the chat or raise your hand, and then we can help you to unmute and ask your question.
Hello, Leea, Vicky, thank you so much. I actually have a few questions since we're kind of streaming across multiple different places. I just wanted to go ahead and open up with a first question, and it reads, I'm so grateful to all of our panelists for sharing some of the wonderful resources they've curated for Micronesia. I wonder if panelists would be willing to share any impacts they've seen from making these resources available, whether that's in schools or for children.
If I may, fully, I don't know if I should just, thank you for that question. Because we're an online resource, we're able to monitor our usage through Google Analytics. And over the last, we've been online for 14 years. And over the last 9 of them, we've been receiving over 30,000 unique visitors per month. And, and there were certain peaks during that period where we went as high as 60,000 unique visitors per month. And then also in terms of our usage, one of the things that we've started to see, particularly here on Guam, is we've had, over the last 8 years, Guam History Day. And a lot of the students that participate in that competition, that the winners go to the nation, the capital, to compete nationally, is deciding a lot of the students start their research work using Guampedia. So that's one of the things. And because we're online, we also, we get a lot of comments, we got a lot of questions. We fielded questions from things like, what is a Chamorro wedding custom for a woman in Idaho whose daughter or whose son was marrying a woman who had Chamorro roots, but never been to Guam, to people wanting to know some of the resources that are available, that are not available online, but offline and locally. So those are just wanted to share some of those impacts.
Oh, mahalo, Rita. Thank you so much.
I have a story from today, in fact, that we learned of. We've been working on a language arts program with the Hawaii Department of Education here, in particular working with students that are in the ELL program, English as a Learner's Language. So students who do not have English as their native language and are coming from different communities from around the Pacific. And one of those schools that's participating in this has about 250 students in that program. And they were busing students down to the Micronesia Day Festival at Bishop Museum today. And they had about a dozen students who are not of any Micronesian descent whatsoever that signed up explicitly because of the program that they've been working in, and in the interest level that they've had grow in trying to learn more and better understand about the cultures and places of their fellow students. And so it was really great to see how through the process of storytelling, the process of these students working together and interacting to write stories or to translate stories from different languages, that they've opened up this willingness to engage in a desire to have a greater understanding of the histories, the places, and the communities that make up, where the students that are their classmates are coming from. So that was really awesome to see, and it was really cool to see that sort of in physical action earlier today at the festival.
Oh, thank you, David, and thanks so much for bringing the festival back to us all today. And I'm so grateful you were able to be there in person and also to join us in the virtual world too. Sam or Andrew?
Yeah, so I think some of the educational impacts that we've seen through our project was we've been invited to some film festivals that are in connection to the Pacific region. For example, Sam and I were invited to give a talk to some of the Intro to Pacific classes in Wesleyan University. And so these are classes that and in most cases, the connections to the Pacific region is not really there, but we use the film as a bridge to sort of engage with folks who want to know more about the region. And so we've been engaging with professors that have connections to the Pacific Islands, and sort of in that nature. It's been really a springboard to see how Pacific education in the collegiate level looks like in the classroom. And so these are just sort of the ways that we've been engaging our film.
Yeah, and I think even within our own community, part of that has been sort of part of the effort, right, was like overcoming these kind of colonial boundaries or borders that have been put in place between our islands, and just representing ourselves as one archipelago, which I think is something that we see more and more sort of a push for and a desire for our people to be able to reconnect. And the fact that we wanted to be really intentional about doing that through storytelling and through song. So I think even just like thinking about putting all of these stories and songs from all of our different islands into one media piece and being able to represent who we are as an archipelago, as opposed to these sort of separate political entities. I'm really excited to see our community kind of continue to move in that direction as we kind of just work on these efforts of like coming home to each other, reimagining who we can be as a people into the future as well.
Mahalo, Sam and Andrew. Thank you so much for raising that. A common theme that I see across sort of all of the presentations today have been thinking collectively about Micronesia, but also across islands and across Oceania more broadly, which reminds me of Peli Hau'ofa's very impactful words, "We are Oceania." I have another question that I was hoping to ask you folks, and it is, what comes next? So you guys have done such a wonderful job of exploring some of your current programs, but we were wondering if you might be able to comment a little bit on sort of where do you still see gaps? Where are you excited to go in the future? What sort of resources are there still to be made for Micronesia?
Thank you, Philly. As I mentioned in my presentation, we started out as a Guam-based project, and over the last several years, we've been really trying to expand into greater Micronesia. And so we just recently received a grant through the Office of the Governor as part of the CARES funding to help with providing more digital educational resources. So our goal is to make an extra push to chart our canoe, our Guampedia canoe, if you will, further into greater Micronesia, building on more content, especially with our Micronesia milestones, and especially in engaging and providing more oral histories. I think that that's really a very critical and important part of perpetuating, especially with our elders who have lived through it. So those are some of the things that, and we're able to do this for the next 18 months. So we'll be pushing with a lot more resources to be able to provide that.
Oh, mahalo, Rita. I'm so excited to see what you guys do next. That's really wonderful news. David, Sam, Andrew, do you guys have any comments?
Yes, so I think we have a number of projects that we have slated for us, and through the active community on social media, I think has been established there. And so some of, I guess, the way in which we see our group moving forward is like sort of highlighting what individual actors in our community are specifically doing. And so one project, for that, because of my connection with my current university based in Germany, is really connecting sort of these long historical connections that have yet to be reconnected. And so there are projects in the works such as repatriation of cultural assets and that were acquired during these colonial eras. And so this is one of the projects that I think Tauranga Marianas is going to be taking up, and we want to disseminate this throughout the community, and we want to invite our community in terms of what their connections are to sort of these connections that are tied through across these long geographical distances. And so you'll just keep following us on Instagram and you'll see what's coming up.
Thanks, Andrew. David?
I'm going to take maybe a little bit more of like a outside looking in approach here, because I think one of the things that we've really done is kind of really look in the mirror over the last handful of years, and particularly what we've seen happen with the pandemic. And we've come to the realization that you can never have enough resources, and you can never have enough resources that amplify Native voice and perpetuate indigenous wisdom in the ways of thinking. And like many things in life, stuff comes full circle, right? And what we're seeing now in the idea of a more globalized world certainly impacts and affects Oceania, probably more so than any other place. And so we have this growing diaspora of individuals who are coming from a region where there's uniquenesses and similarities, just as there are as many dissimilarities and own identities that aren't related. And they're moving off into other parts of the world. And what are we doing to support that? What are we doing to have the conversations that activate and amplify the perpetuation of understanding of those individuals, the perpetuation of that knowledge, the sharing of that knowledge, the resources that can become available? I think what's great is that collectively, the group of panelists here, we're all doing things on a similar parallel, but over different mediums. And that's immensely important, because what we've seen, especially here in Hawaii, as in other parts of the world, is a lack of access to resources, particularly when the world is shut down. And that should never be the case. Not in the 21st century. A kid who doesn't have access to something digitally should have access to something in print, and vice versa. And so I think it's never a conversation of either or. It should be a conversation of why do we not have these things? Why are there not more of these things made available? And so our efforts internally are trying to constantly revolve around that topic and that idea of what can we do better? What can we do to provide more? And how does that exist, right? Because we revolve around the world of trying to work with entities like a Guampedia, for example. We don't work for, full disclosure here, Guampedia and Best Press don't work together, but it's the idea of what was mentioned. What happens when that grant runs out? Where's the next set of dollars that come from? That's where we really see ourselves, and what we've been doing for the last 43 years is playing and trying to play a bigger role, is being that private entity that can jump on board with something that's proven to be engaging, that's proven to be a valuable resource. How can we be the ones to invest in that, so that when funding comes out from the initial startup costs and the initial startup resource, we can be there to make sure it keeps going, that it keeps getting the work that's relevant. It doesn't become stale. It doesn't become a one and done type of a thing. So I think it's more, it's community. It's very community oriented. There's not enough resources. It's definitely strength in numbers. And that's the way it is across the board. And it's on like a fever pitch space, right? To race to save, to race to produce, and to keep creating, and to let people know that they actually have an outlet for their voices to be heard.
Thank you, David. I appreciate how you've sort of highlighted the space that Best Press is navigating. I wanted to pick up on a thread from Rita's comment just a minute ago about oral history. And I was hoping that the panelists would be willing to answer just one more question. And that's around how have you folks worked to incorporate oral history into your programs? I know that in typical history textbooks for children, right, you don't often get access to those personal accounts, as you were mentioning in your presentation, Rita, and those are so important and valid history. So I wondered if you would talk a little bit about how you work with oral history and integrate it into your resources.
Thank you, Foley. Especially in Guam and the rest of Micronesia, like the World War II was such, it was the shortest era of Guam's history, but the most impactful, totally changed the landscape of Guam and the rest of Micronesia to some extent. And so there are organizations here on Guam that have done a lot of work collecting these stories. And unfortunately, here we are, there are a lot of our elders, our war survivors that have since passed on. And so we've been partnering with these organizations to feature and include into our Voices of Our Elders section. And that's the beauty of being an online website, is we can continue to build on and add this content. And so that's one of the things that we've done, is especially with these key areas and really reaching out. And that's one of the things we want to do in Greater Micronesia, is there's a lot of work out there that has been done. But on this Culture of Connecting project that we've launched into over the next 18 months, is reaching out and developing those networks and offering this platform to be able to make it accessible. Guampedia can't be the end all be all. We just want to, like David said, be part of a bridge in making those connections. And then one of the other things too is developing lesson plans to incorporate and utilizing these oral histories. It was really interesting several years ago when we first launched our Voices of Our Elders section. And it's our tradition as Pacific Islanders. That is how our history is passed on, through stories. And this one student said to me, well, Miss Rita, a lot of elders don't want to talk about it. They don't want to share their stories. And so, and it was really the realization, it's like, oh my gosh. And so we sought out storytellers. We sought out these elders who are amazing storytellers to be able to share that and make it available. So that's one of the ways that we've been working on.
Thank you so much, Rita. Sam, Andrew, David, anything to add?
Yeah, I think for our project, so much of what we focused on was really like trying to weave together these like life narratives of musicians and cultural practitioners. And something that was really beautiful was like how often those connections just emerged really naturally. Like a person would talk about like being mentored or kind of learning under someone else who we had also interviewed, or that there were family connections. And also, like Andrew was saying, kind of starting out each interview explaining who we are and where we come from, and kind of getting into like our own lineage, and sort of that immediate impulse of always looking for ways that we are connected and how can we find that connection back to each other. So yeah, I think we learned a lot about trying to do oral history on film, and kind of sort of what the challenges are like once the camera is introduced, and how kind of people respond to that. Also always just sort of prioritizing the safety and integrity of the people that we worked with. So if there were things that they did say on camera, but they didn't want to be shared, I think also just being mindful of what parts of our stories and our storytelling traditions are just meant for like us and our own people, and what's okay to be shared, and thinking about how film can be sort of shared across these boundaries, and kind of being careful with negotiating that as well. So yeah, just sort of the protocol of doing oral history on film, I think is something that is really fruitful. And there's kind of a lot to think through in terms of how to do that in a way that's respectful and engaging, and trying to keep in mind all of those connections and the ways in which that they show up and form who we are.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yeah, definitely echo what you're saying. It's so important to think about how to bridge, but also the important knowledges that maybe are localized to specific places and families and groups. Yeah, thanks for raising that. David, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Sure. One of the, we've been going back to some earlier comments and about our efforts to take a lot of things that have been produced over the years and actually turn them back into the native languages of which they were sourced from or where they came from. Most of that material is originally oral history content that was recorded at some point or written down through either an interview process or with the approval of, elders from a specific community that were willing to share something. And what we've started to see is the initiative to try to take things that are told in one particular language, but there might be variations of it depending on where you're coming from within that place, right, and in that space. So something you hear in one area might be a similar story, and then the analogy might be the same, but the way it's told is different in another area. And so what we've been looking to do is not only take stuff that was taken out of original voice and out of original language and take it back to that, but is also taking, as we have younger folks developing content and materials, is working to actually start to do that in different forms like graphic novel formats, and taking and adapting more of the creative process of an oral story and then sort of attaching it to a modern day scenario or a situation for a younger demographic or a growing younger demographic of individuals. And so we're taking a real wide lens to talk about how oral history and stories weave into some of those things that aren't the most appealing conversations to have, for example, like nuclear testing and the impacts that that's had, and the need to have those conversations and the need to reveal the things that aren't, the prettiest to look at. And what Rita said about some of those things of people not wanting to share some stories is really trying to foster the idea of safety, being able to safely talk about that in a way that preserves it, because it needs to be. And that's so I meant by that comment about a fever pitch to race to capture material, because things are dying every day, and with that, we're losing the chance to be more accurate with the preservation of those histories and those stories. And we've looked at it from the standpoint of how can we take things that are of tradition and put them together into a format or a package that's going to help identify with younger audiences and be engaging for a wider network of younger people.
Thank you, David. Yeah, that reminds me, actually, a couple of years back, I went to an event at Best Press that had Kathy Jetno-Kitchener speaking about the Runit Dome and sharing her latest video that she had produced, which is it's an important form of storytelling. And that reminds me too of the broader Celebrate Micronesia festival activities that went on throughout the day today. We had so many amazing storytellers, from Jeremy to Carol, young and old. We had so many people that we're so grateful to listen to, and you folks. So I am conscious that we're a little bit over time. I wish we had another hour so that we could keep chatting, but I just want to say thank you again, and close out the question and answer portion and hand it back over to Vicky. Mahalo.
Thank you, Foley. Mahalo to each of our panelists for being here, sharing your stories and work with us and your contributions. We'd also like to thank Bishop Museum, the Pacific Islands Development Program, and the Center for Pacific Island Studies for their support of Celebrate Micronesia Festival 2022. Finally, thank you to our audience for being here and celebrating our Micronesian communities here in Hawaii and across all of Oceania. We hope everyone has an amazing and safe weekend.
Thank you. That is a very beautiful panel. Thank you very much. Can I have my partner here? You on? Okay.
Your partner is here. Not to worry. That was really engaging. Man, I'm just impressed. That was a great panel session. I look forward to more. So like you say, these are exciting people. The people that we have in our community, I'm always floored with the amount of dedication, the amount of inspiration that we have. I just can't say enough. And we have these young folks who are just, full of energy and full of ideas, and they're just taking the ball and running with it. So I'm thoroughly impressed. It makes me hope for a better future for my kids, for sure.
Of course. In the chat box, I just also shared one source from one of our Chamoru. She's Chamoru, but professor at the University of Hawaii in Manoa, CPIS, Center for Pacific Island Studies. Her webpage is the Breadfruit and Open Space Breadfruit Production something. And she has sources for teachers to talk about the film. So the website is it has 3 films on it, and anybody can access and see the sources for teachers that they can use to talk about the film. So just thought that I share that because the more resources we share, the better. So I was thankful
and plus you're on it too.
Oh, I forgot about that. Breadfruit, the breadfruit and open spaces. It's my favorite. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. And again, I guess, Keola, you gotta close out our virtual.
Why do I have to close out? I want you to close out. Why don't you take us out?
You want me to close out? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Do something.
I want you to say thank you in at least 5 or 6 different languages of our language.
Oh, sure. Okay. So, so we do it. We want to thanks to those who participated, our community partners, MCs, cultural practitioners, weavers, carvers, dancers, chanters, seamstresses, poets, panelists, food vendors, and the many volunteers who supported this festival. So our viewers online, great, thanks to you all. We hope to see you all next year. Go. Atik. Thank you. Atik.
Kiniso.
Common.
Kamangat.
Kalangan.
Korap.
Kulo.
Sius.
Sulang.
Tubakor.
Mahalo. Aloha.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for letting us be a part of this. Aloha. Sulam.
Okay, so